lot of hubbub, I guess it's more.
Well,
Bunch of kids love walking in these days.
let's get this meeting started. Good morning, everybody. This is the Franklin
And
County.
good morning, court.
This is the Franklin County Fiscal Court regular meeting for December the 16th, 2022. And we're going to get started with the pledge of flag by Skyland, a first grader at 2nd Street School. All right, would everybody please stand and let Skyland lead us in the pledge.
Hi, my name's Skylar. I am in the first grade, and I go to second grade school. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, Skyland, thank you. That was awesome. And I just want to say that is this opportunity for people, kids in our community to say the pledge has been a really nice thing. We're proud of that. Woke up this morning thinking this is the last meeting. Lambert, I'm sure you did, and probably Marty
There's always
as well.
specials, you never know.
And thinking, hey, let's get busy and do
I
the
got
work
my
for
first
the people.
meeting with me too.
You got your first
You need to refer to something.
All right. Well, we're ready to get this started and
From the
look
last
forward to
century.
the day doing the work for the people of Franklin County. So the next item on the agenda is a very important item, and we get to honor one of our great firemen who is retiring. And Chief, I'm going to ask you to get that started, okay?
Thank you, Judge, and good morning, Court. Achieving 20 years in the fire service is not an easy task. There's several hurdles you'll go through throughout your career, and we have one person who's reached that milestone who will be retiring effective January 1st, and that's Captain Mike Harry. If you know Mike personally, you know the last few years he's had his own struggles and battles with certain things, but the great part about it is he's used all those battles that he's still going through right now, and he's actually trying to enlighten and teach the younger guys in the fire service to try to improve their careers and make it better for them. So we want to bring him up, and he has his wife with him, give him a little token of our appreciation.
Before we get started, Mike, I'd like for you to, Andrew, would you go back and show that picture of him chasing a cow down the interstate? You want to explain that one, Mike?
Yeah, we had a tractor trailer turn over, and there was, 40 or 50 some cows got out, and I decided I was going to stop them. Didn't work real well.
And now you're retiring, huh?
They ran me over the guardrail, and Jason Brooks, which is my battalion chief now, they chased him up into the wood line. It's just a funny day.
It's happened more than once.
Yeah, it's happened more than once, yeah.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Chief, let's make sure he stays around so he can teach that to all the other new
We'll
recruits
definitely do
coming
that.
in. How
He's
to
our-
chase a cow down the
He's
interstate.
one of our cattle wranglers for sure.
Hey, you got it.
We do have something from the fire department we'd like to give him,
Okay.
just as a token of our appreciation.
If you don't mind, as we do this, would you bring your lovely wife up and introduce her and let her be part of this ceremony too?
This is Stacy Harriet. She's
This way.
Okay.
my wife and my rock is who she is.
Amen.
She's taken care of me through things I've dealt with. I've had cancer twice since I've been at the fire department, and got one of them cured, and getting ready to go through the other one. So she's kept me straight, kept me going, kept me interested in life. So I appreciate her more than she knows.
Amen. And Mike, on behalf of Franklin County Fiscal Court, we have this recognition to you upon retirement for your tireless dedication, honorable serving the citizens of Franklin County from 2002 to 2022. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for
thank you all very much. It's been an honor and a
Thank you for your
privilege.
service, Mark.
You've got 15
Appreciate it.
minutes of a speech if you want.
I don't think I have that in me.
I worked with you long enough.
Thank you.
I do
God bless you
appreciate
for
it.
your
Thank you very
service,
much.
Stacy. Good to see you. Thank you. Thank you for your service. All right. The next item on the agenda is, we have several people here from the food pantry to talk about the food pantry, what your needs are and what you're asking for. We also have Kelly Lang from the PBA office to talk with the court about the assessment of the property. And so I'm gonna ask, is Robert Hewitt, Robert, are you on? I don't know where Robert is.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Robert, would you talk to us about the request from the food pantry, what they asked for and why they need it? And then we'll let them kind of discuss that too.
Yes, sir. So the food pantries found themselves in need of more space in their facility and also a way to flow traffic through their site more efficiently. They've experienced higher volumes than when they first opened. So based on topography of the utilities in the area, they would like to expand to the east, which would be on the vacant lot number 9 owned by the Fiscal Court. So their I guess initial request is just the consideration for acquisition of a portion of lot number 9, which would be 6,336.5 square feet, striking a line parallel to their existing property line, that side lot line stricken between lots 8 and 9. So if that were to occur, there would be some easements that need to be redrawn, and then that would allow for the food pantry to construct their addition and new driveway.
Okay. Mr. Jackson, Mr. Helsel, Jonathan Bonney, anybody want to speak?
I think our president's going to speak for us.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
I will.
Oh,
I'm Jonathan Vaught, thank you. And really and truly today, and you should see in your packet, and I have a few extra printouts, just kind of we're in the process of an awareness campaign right now. And you guys are stop number 2 on our world tour. We have the Kiwanis next month, and so, no. But we're just, before you have some information, it's just some historical data, but also some current data about the need, and the need within the pantry. I understand that, the land processes and so forth that we've talked about with you guys take time. We respect that, and we appreciate you guys putting consideration into that. But really today, we just want to come down and talk about some of the positive things that the food pantry has been doing. Over the past year, we have served 62,000 more meals than we did this time last October, which is pretty amazing. And a little bit about the food pantry. They started in 1981. I've served on the board for several years now, but alongside me is Lisa Manitskama, Jim Jackson, and John Heltzel. And we have about 8 more board members that, along with around 50 or so volunteers. And all the board members are also volunteers. And you know, we have about the most basic mission and mandate in that we just try to feed hungry people. And one of the things that our future, the future of the food pantry, I'd like to say that we needed less space. You know, it's not really a good thing to say we need more space. And so the crux of the future of the pantry right now is that we're exploring ways to increase our efficiency, ease of use, safety for volunteers, and also being better prepared in emergencies with our ability to store palletized food and then turn around and distribute that efficiently. Within the last 12 months, we have had, here in Kentucky, we have had several communities wiped out with tornadoes. We have had serious flooding in eastern Kentucky. And if you rewind back 10 plus years ago, during the Bald Knob flooding, we've had some of those same situations in our own community. And the idea behind the name Emergency Community Food Pantry is that we would be able to mobilize food to our neighbors quickly. And so the crux of our future is really around that. So before you, on this letter that I've handed out, and I've got some extra copies if anybody would like to share those. It kind of just shares a little bit about our mission and vision. So we appreciate you guys taking the time to just giving us an opportunity to bring some awareness. And like I said, the land side of it, you guys will work that out. I've served on local development boards. I understand that, that takes a process. We don't want you to feel like, we want to go through the process that you guys need to go through needs to be done. We're not in a huge rush, although we would like to get it done sooner because we are gaining some momentum on getting this out there. So if there's any questions you have of myself or any other board members, we'll be glad to answer them.
Go ahead, Judge.
Thank you for being here, Johnson. Thank the board for everything you all do. So I noticed there's some construction going on over there.
Mhm.
So could you explain to us a little bit about what you're building and then what the easement that you're asking the court for will help you do from this point forward?
What we're currently building is a porch, pretty sizable porch, so that we can back two, either a box truck or a couple of pickup trucks side by side in. Over the past couple of years, we've had a few situations. If you look at the food pantry building, it was built, they have been a good steward of their funds, and so we've built a very modest building. We just didn't build a real big front porch on it. And we've had some events where there was a lot of rain and we were receiving food, and it created some issues for us. So it's really a matter of when we have food drives or even pickups, especially in winter and during rain, for that to facilitate just picking up and dropping off food. The second part of it is the way we're having to move food around too much right now. And so if we had a little more square footage, and we've kind of outlined a L shape to our building, and we've talked to some builders and getting some bids on that, so that we can easily manage food moving. And that's useful. That's a safety issue for volunteers, because if you have to move the same thing around too many times, it's just inefficient and just tough. So, and also, last thing on that is palletized. When we do make food purchases, being able to bring food in palletized, which is difficult for us to do right now. So.
Never heard that word before.
Squire Tracy?
Thank you, and thank you all for what you all do for our community. Quick question, that portion of property, would that allow you all to do like a horseshoe driveway in the front to where, is that the ultimate goal where you just?
Two different horseshoes.
Okay,
Where we could
so they're
load
gonna tie
lines
them
of
together.
two lines of cars at the same time.
Okay.
It would expedite large numbers.
Okay. All right. And you're just gonna tie them in, basically?
Right.
Okay, so just, yeah, okay.
Thanks for asking.
Any other questions? Okay, as part of this process, this was presented to us, I can't remember whether it was the last meeting or a couple of meetings ago, and we asked Robert to look into it. Robert has met with Kelly Lang, and I'm gonna ask Kelly to come up and kind of explain what about the lot and what got us to a point of a value on what the lot is and what the sliver, and Robert will talk to about what the sliver is worth. That one 6 of it, okay? All right, Kelly, thank you for being here, thank you.
You're welcome. Shelley came over and got my greeting done on the video.
Yeah.
Hey, can you come back?
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Kelly, the PBA here in town. So this property has been tax exempt, of course, forever. In 2010, I believe, the deed came through for the pantry when they were purchasing it and building it. I don't know, in 2016, there was a assessment, a very large assessment put on the lot of number 9 that's to the east of the building at $75,000. It's a half-acre lot. Like I said, it's tax exempt. I wasn't here, I don't know. We do not review tax exempt properties simply because it doesn't bring revenue into our community. So when Robert came over to review it, and I looked at the lot, I kind of freaked out as well, like $75,000 on an unbuildable lot, okay? So when I looked at it, Robert had told me different specifications, what made it unbuildable, I guess that he can go into. I looked at it and I went back to 2010, and the pantry, the deed had come through in 2010 for that lot, which was an 1.26 acres. And the lot was purchased for $20,000, which was a buildable lot. So my best opinion as far as the fair cash value on half acre unbuildable lot would be assessment of $5,000. Is how I came up with that.
Okay. Questions for Kelly? Squire Tracy?
Maybe for Robert.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Kelly.
Okay, you're all right.
Robert?
What would, after going out and looking at it and seeing what you all have already started, it's a great job on that, but Robert, what would make this almost flat lot or potentially flat lot unbuildable?
Several reasons. First of all, it was established by the court on a subdivision plat as a non-conforming lot of record, which meant it didn't meet the county's regulations when it was originally created. Okay, so that's the first issue. Now, one can build on a non-buildable lot, one can build on a non-conforming lot, but you're still subject to the existing regulations. So, for a rural residential zoning, you're required to have an 1.5 acres minimum. Now, if this were to be rezoned in the future to some commercial or office type use, then you have a whole different set of regulations that kick in, which would include required off-street parking, required on-site stormwater detention and management, and then, of course, you've got a building that has to go on there, as well as any additional utilities and any associated easements that may be required as part of that. The plat originally did show both the building line and utility easements greater than what the current regulations require. So it went above the standards. And so what I did, just as a point of reference for my research, I took what I consider the very modest building that the food pantry currently occupies. I took that footprint, along with their parking lot, as well as their detention basin, and I tried to place it on this lot number 9. And it didn't fit. So, and I'm not sure the total square footage of the food pantry, but it's a very simple square. But depending on the use of the property, the parking requirements vary as well. So, required parking on a standalone lot like this, say it's a doctor's office, it's likely going to require twice as many spaces as what was required for the food pantry. So, it would be hard pressed for even a drive-through fast food service to build on a 0.6 acre tract. Point of reference, out on Versailles Road, Zaxby's, Kentucky Fried Chicken, the car wash, those are all on an acre lot, and they're in there tight. They're so tight that they had to do underground stormwater detention because there's no room on the property. So if you couldn't fit that on an acre, there's no way you can fit it on a half acre. And for those reasons, that's why I determined that any development on this property would be difficult, if possible, at all. And in my opinion, I don't think anyone would build on it.
Robert, are there other lots out there that are buildable that are part of that overall tract of property?
There are other tracts, but they exceed an acre in size. They're closer to an acre and a half. But there's also another tract out there that's less than an acre, that's the same situation as lot number 9. So I don't know why the court at the time divided this property to make some lots so small that they were virtually, non-buildable, and other lots that were suitable for site development. I don't understand why it was done that way.
Okay.
But it wouldn't happen today if just was a private developer coming in. I would not allow a 0.6 acre tract under the current zoning.
Okay. Squire Tracy?
So truly what you're saying, Robert, is the unbuildable aspect of it is coming from zoning. Is that accurate?
Yes. Yes, sir, it is.
So it's not an unbuildable lot. It's unbuildable due to the zoning regulations that it's currently on it.
Zoning,
Okay.
subdivision, development plan regulations, stormwater regulations, all of those regulations combined.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Moore?
If we let them acquire a section of this property, wouldn't the rest of it be able to be incorporated back into the park? Or if we ever needed to enhance that entrance, we could maybe need this property to enhance that entrance?
Well, lot number 9 would not be contiguous with the rest of Lakeview Park.
It's not on the backside of it, it's not?
No, sir, the backside is, well, to the east is Stedmantown Lane, and to the north is lot number 8. I'll pull it up on my map just to verify quickly.
Yeah, the way it looks, Robert, on the east, Lakeview Park runs right up beside towards the main entrance currently there. Does that make sense? Lakeview Park runs almost like with the sidewalk.
Correct.
Okay.
It's the road prior to the entrance, correct? Yes, correct. Is that the
Stevenson?
road prior?
Stedmantown up to
Uh-huh.
the entrance.
Yes, yeah.
That's what I
right,
was-
yeah, so.
Well, based on the county's GIS, it does appear that there is a very narrow sliver of Lakeview Park, but I take that with a grain of salt because it's not referenced on the subdivision consolidation plat for lot number 9.
So does lot number 8, it doesn't go all the way to Stedmantown, does it?
No, it does not.
Looks like
And
it.
so based on the county's GIS, what I see as a sliver between lot number 9 and Stedmantown Lane truly exists, it's 50 feet in width.
Can you put that up on the screen so people can see that, Robert? Can you screen share that?
Yes, sir. Mr. Tippett? You should be good to go, Robert. Thank you. So this represents lot number 9. This is the sliver I'm referring to. This is the entrance to Lakeview Court. So when we measure that, and once again, you have to take these lines with a grain of salt. They are approximations, so it comes in at approximately 50 feet, but it does incorporate stormwater drainage and other utilities. When I zoom out, you'll get a chance to see where lot number 9 lies in relation to the food pantry property right here. And you can see the food pantry property is very deep, and this here represents the detention basin that was required as part of the construction of lot number 8. And you can see this is a drainage channel that comes from across the road from this detention basin. So the usefulness of this sliver is only much that of utilities and drainage, in my opinion.
Robert, in looking at this from what from my eyes, what Lambert, Squire Moore said is exactly right, that you could use that sliver if needed to enhance the opening if, at some point in time, if that was needed, right?
Are you referring to the intersection of Lakeview
Yes.
Court and
Yes,
Smithtown?
yes, I am.
Well, you'd have to reroute the drainage from the east of Steventown Lane. You can see the rock channel right here and a head wall.
Well, we're not talking about down there, we're just talking about the,
I'm just talking about right at the
just the width
intersection.
of our entrance.
This right here.
Yes, because that's all good clay in there. I dug it out when we built that entrance in there. It's all diggable, but if you ever wanted to widen that entrance for any reason,
Okay.
good.
Squire Muller?
Thank you, Judge. So we keep talking about this whole lot, and Squire Moore brings up a valid point, and it sounds like the food pantry is only asking for a small portion of land along. What would it take, and maybe that's a question for our county attorney, just to give that slither of land that they're asking for?
Well, Robert's come up with a formula on that. Robert, you want to talk about that?
Yes, sir. So, Food Pantry acquired the services of a surveyor who laid out a subdivision consolidation plat and easement release to shift the common side lot line between 8 and 9 to the south and east. And so that proposal consists of 6,336.5 square feet or 0.145 acres, which represents 21.1% of the entirety of lot number 9.
And
So-
figure?
In our earlier discussion, the county attorney indicated to the court that the assessed value from PVA could be relied upon in lieu of a full appraisal.
So what would that number be, Robert?
That would be $1,055.
I mean, I'm just speaking out loud, I guess we're in work session. I'm hesitant to sell that whole lot, just kind of like Squire Moore was saying, the uncertainty of Lakeview Park and things like that. I think the last court meeting, we talked about, gifting them that, that little piece of slither, but legally we can't. So I'm fine with what Robert just said there as far as moving forward.
Is that enough for you all? That 6,000?
I'll defer to, John Holtz's kind of done some of the work on
We
actually
laid it
the
out,
horseshoe.
it would cover what the building expansion is and the additional roadway that we talked about, so we can actually go around behind. One of the things that we mentioned was that in the emergency situation, when we had the pandemic, if we had to give food like we saw in a lot of other communities, we have no way to do that. We need to be able to get people into the pantry and out. And so that gives us a circular route to do that. That's the reason for the request.
Yeah, that's what we want to do.
Squire Blackburn?
I couldn't hear. Will that giving them that little bit of land at 6,000 square feet? Will that give them the setback they need on the side
Yes.
for their building and road?
Yes, he said it would.
Yes.
Okay. I just couldn't hear when they're talking in the galley. I can't hear them.
I'm sorry. Andrew, are all of our microphones on? Because normally you can hear from the gallery.
I mean, it's the same setup we've used for the last meetings, so, yes.
Okay. All right. Any other questions? So, there's a,
Bruce Sparks.
Mr. Sparks?
Thank you, and good morning, Court. It's a great pleasure to be here today. I did not understand Ms. Lang indicating that the value had been modified from the time period a couple years ago as to what the current value was now.
Okay. You want to hear her testimony again?
No, she never said it's been done. That was my point. That she said there was an extremely high rate she couldn't understand. Then she said she talked to Robert on some things, thought this was unbuildable and this is what it would be. Has that value been changed yet?
For 2023, to legally, yes, for
Yeah.
2023, I have it on the tax roll for $5,000. I can't change anything, of course, for 2022 tax year because we've already been certified, it goes by January 1 assessment. So I have it
Thank you.
on there for January 1 of 2023 at $5,000.
I did not hear that portion.
Yeah, I
knew you were
didn't say
talking-
that. Thank you for catching that, yes.
Okay, thank you, Court, that was it, and good luck to that.
Rick, is there any reason, and I'm just gonna throw this out, is there any reason we can't, say any amount, for that property, or do we have to charge them the $1,000? Can we say, well, give it to you for $100 or something like that? Or do we have to do the $1,030?
I think are a bit of a risk anyway. This is not a surplus thing. If you did a surplus type device, you can't, it's not a government entity that you can convey it to for free, etc. You've got a solid value on it now. That's what the value the court, the fiscal court has to do if you sell your property otherwise. And it sounds like that the amount Kelly told you would be the 1/6, and that would be the total. I think that's where you're stuck at.
Okay. And Robert, would you give us that number again so we're all clear on that? What is the value of the 1/6 sliver?
$1,055.
Okay. Okay. You all understand that in the route that we have to go? Okay. All right. Squire Tracy?
Do you all have a drawing of what it will actually look like when you're done? Can we get a copy of that? I know there's
We
three
have a
stakes.
mock-up.
Okay,
It's not architectural, but you'll see where
Yeah.
we're going.
okay. I know there's 3 stakes out there right now, so
Right,
that way you
right.
kind of visualize what
Where
you
do we
want.
send it to?
Send it
Well-
to Tamara.
Yeah.
Send it to Tamara, she'll get it out. Yes.
Thank you, Judge. If our planning director's still on, could you pull that map up again of the property? And maybe if you've been in contact with the emergency food pantry staff and or board, is there any kind of rough drawing that you can just kind of, so the court can visualize what you were talking about? Maybe with some help from the audience, it would just clarify a few things for everybody.
Sure.
I'm assuming your silence is telling us you're working on this, Robert.
Oh, well, the question for me, well,
Yes.
I don't have let's see, let me take a look. I do not have a rendering scanned in. All I have so far is just the plat.
Can you
There
use your
it is.
computer and draw it in, Robert? There it is, there's something.
Yes,
That's
sir, I can.
Okay, can you do that, please?
Yeah, if you'll
So
let me
the
just
intent-
orient you towards the drawing, Robert, I'll just talk them through what you and I talked about. So the square is obviously the pantry. What John alluded to before is a covering over the front to keep people out of the weather. So that's phase 1, and that's what's going on now. Phase 2 is adding an L to the backside and the east side, which we've been talking about, which actually puts us onto the utility easement. When we took a look at the emergency requirements to support the community, we needed a way to route traffic around behind so we can actually load a number of vehicles. So we've come up with a plan that will use a little bit more land, not much, but give us that routing with a new entrance, which is what Robert's showing there. You would go around behind the pantry, we would offload behind the pantry, and then come back out. That'll give us the efficiency we need in case you ever call on us and say, we need you to help us feed people. And that's really the goal of the pantry. I think John covered it, but we're 100% donations based, and we're 100% volunteer based. So everything we do is for the county. And we're kind of unique in that we're proud of the fact that we're volunteers. But we're landlocked. And to be honest, when we originally built the pantry, they were coming from basically a tool shed, and they built this beautiful rectangle, which has served us well for about 15 years, but the demand has grown tremendously. So we need to build this additional capacity, and we need to build a roadway for the future. So that's really what we're talking about. And we do have a diagram that Robert doesn't have that conceptually shows what I just said.
Thank you.
All right. Does that help you, Scar Sebastian?
I just thought,
I don't know whether.
most people are visual,
Yeah.
and so
I am
it,
too.
it helps quite a bit just to kind of have a rough idea of how much of that kind of diagonal lot, you know, will be shifted over. That's all.
I'm exactly the way you are. That's the way I learned too. Okay, any other questions? Then, board members, thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll, in the voting session, the vote, will have a vote to assess you $1,000, I believe, $55, Tamara, for that sliver of property.
Judge Wells, just saying to the fiscal court, we feel, we've been on several years, we feel you've always been supportive, you've always been interested, several of you have been out to our facility. We have never come to you and asked for a dime. And why? The taxpayers of Franklin County have been unbelievably generous. And so I guess we're just coming saying there's a need here, because if we have an emergency, well, the need's growing without an emergency. But if we have an emergency, we want to respond to your direction to feed hundreds and maybe thousands of people over a long period of time.
Amen. Let's hope that doesn't happen, but we know that it's out there. If we've increased by over 60,000 in 1 year, God bless you. God bless you for what you're doing, because you are doing God's work. And thank you. And it will be on later on in our voting session. Okay? Any other questions? Everybody good?
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, the next item on the agenda is Mr. Sparks, if you would.
Thank you all.
We've had several back and forth, and Andrew, is Karen Leverance on? Thank you, Kelly.
You're welcome.
Is Karen Leverance
Yes,
on?
sir. She
Okay,
is.
I'd like for you to bring her up. We've got Ann Northcutt in here, and Mr. Sparks, kind of lead us to your concerns about the CASA, because this is the second meeting, I guess, that in a row that we've had discussion of the CASA, and where we are and what your concerns are.
Thank you, Judge. I believe the court has the latest version. Mr. Hewitt presented me earlier this week with two fundamental changes, backstory on it, and I know as sometimes it happens, we got this lawyer-wise a couple of weeks ago, met with Mr. Bachman, Ms. Ross, et cetera, and we discussed what the court indicated was its problem, which was the guarantee agreement set down in, I think it's item G as amended. So I made those changes as to the event that Farmdale is unable to pay its discharge obligations to the sewer board. And if you don't, you can sue them, debt collection laws apply, et cetera. Everybody was fine with it. In the same meeting, though, there became a discussion relative to what ifs. That is, the what ifs as to if Farmdale is terminated by whatever action Farmdale could be terminated. And the sewer board was very concerned about them being on the hook for any related indebtedness that may be owed in the event that they were one of the individuals in a receivership or otherwise of Farmdale. I said, okay, that sounds totally fair. Let me remind you, Farmdale is an independent body of Franklin County, or independent of Franklin County Fiscal Court. It's been in place for a number of years. They're not Franklin County Fiscal Court, they're their own group. And I had no instructions to address what is now contained in item 20. If you'll look on what I'm referring to as item 20. And I said, I've got no instructions from the court on how to address that. There was no discussion relative to other alternatives or other resolutions if the county, or pardon me, if Farmdale, remember it's Farmdale, not the county, were to be terminated. And this was their representation as to what they would prefer, putting the county on the spot for those related debts, unknown, unidentified debts. So I said, okay, I don't have any authority on it. I forwarded it on to the court, forwarded it on to the judge to review, and the matter is before you to review. As to the original section though that I changed, everybody's good on that one. That's not the issue. It's item 20.
Okay. Is Charlie Burnett on? Is Charlie Burnett hey, Charlie Bob, thank you for being here. I'm going to read, just for the public's sake, item 20, and it's called Assumption, and it goes, in the event that Farmdale Sanitation is dissolved or files for bankruptcy, the City of Frankfort shall not incur any liabilities and will be compensated for any and all services rendered in accordance with this agreement. And it originally said the fiscal court shall take the responsibility of all the debt incurred by the district. So that was taken out because nobody really knows who would have incurred the debt. So it says the encumbrance of the city to be the one would relieve them of that, and that was their issue, is that they did not want to have to deal with it all. So that's where this had come from. Squire Sebastian.
Thank you, Judge. So I'm sure this was electronically shared with us. I'm reading it now for the first time and haven't had the benefit of reading the whole document again with everything in it. However, as you indicated, that last clause in here, the City of Frankfort, if you take that and out, will be compensated for any and all services rendered in accordance with this agreement. Who's going to do that? Who's going to compensate? City of Frankfort shall not incur any liabilities. That's one part. The second part is the City of Frankfort will be compensated for any and all services rendered in accordance with this agreement. So it doesn't say who's gonna do that.
That's
so.
exactly right. So Rick was concerned that you can't put the county as a lot. It could be. See, here's the process.
Receives the payments from the.
Exactly. Here's the process, and Rick, you can kind of go over this. Let's go over the history. This whole thing started when the operators of the sewer treatment plants gave them up, said we're out, we're gone. So consequently, it went to the Public Service Commission, and the Public Service Commission then had to appoint a receivership. And the lawyers, I believe it was actually Rob Moore, and help me if you would, this timeline, but I believe it was the lawyers that received the initial receivership from the Public Service Commission. So they in turn were the ones that had to make sure that payments went through. And that is why it says that it's not encumbrance upon the county to do it, which was Rick's concern, because it really goes to the Public Service Commission first, and then they decide who it goes to in some way. All right, you go ahead, Squire Sebastian.
Thank you, Judge. So to continue.
Pardon me, can I just correct a few items on that? If I may, briefly?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
You asked.
I want to make sure it was okay. Farmdale was created many, many years ago, way before those package plants went up and running. It was created in anticipation of its own package plants, its own treatment plants, etc., many years ago, and I'm talking about back in the 90s. It blew up because the package plant managers dumped it to whoever. The county at that point moved in to assist the residents out in Farmdale. PSC got involved to try to designate someone, because at that point, Farmdale was not prepared to take over package plants. Farmdale was in the process of creating such a thing in that area. So they needed some assistance, which the county has gratefully provided funding, etc. What this contract that it says, in my mind, it does two things. Number one, if you'll refer to the section that if the things are not paid pursuant to the agreement, then Farmdale shall pay, or the county shall pay, and then the county sues them within 90 days. That's the target that it goes back to. If there's a bankruptcy or otherwise, it's the ongoing obligations. The county's saying that they will do that. So they kind of, so that's brought in a little bit on the backside. All of the references that they have goes back to the county being an assumption or an assumer of the guarantees that's provided. If it's dissolved by the county, et cetera, yeah, you're correct, sir. That's going to get into the receivership, et cetera. If other things are done or not done and it goes bankrupt or otherwise, the agreement puts the county just back on the square to pay these things. And I totally understand the city's overall concern, but Farmdale is not a department of Franklin County Fiscal Court. And sometimes I think that has been lost and not recognized their independent function. But it does, the reference would come back to the county as it stands right now. And the county would be responsible to assume those debts. And that causes me great concern, partly because of the unknown and my awareness of the independent nature of Farmdale. And thank you very much. I'll pass.
And just as a point of clarification, Rick, and I'm not a lawyer, but this addendum that has been put in there was to make it clear that it not necessarily went back to, there was no end, it will go back to Franklin County Fiscal Court. It just says that the city will not incur any of the debt. So it's not, there's no specificity in the statement in item 20 that it does go to the fiscal court. And that, I thought that was your concern, and you've made that clear all along, and so I thought that statement kind of says
that. That's my point out. Through the other references and other guarantees, it comes back to fiscal court.
Didn't they take out that one that said the fiscal court would do it? Robert, didn't they take out G, then it would come back?
Yes, sir. So the original agreement had two prongs to it. One is that the court would provide the financial support, and two, that the court would operate the facilities. And so the operation of facilities by the court was removed from the agreement. So this language now, in my opinion, is like, a cosigner on a loan. We guarantee that it's going to get paid. That's, in a nutshell, the way I see, when you boil it down, this agreement as it stands today.
The ramifications of it in full is that the county's on the hook. That's the bottom line, which again, I didn't have any authority to negotiate that in any form or fashion. This item 20 was added later, and it causes me some concern as to the broad statement that is made, and it puts the county on the line if that's needed.
Karen Leverance from Bluegrass Ad. You have dealt with a lot of these. Can you help us, give us some guidance on what, if there are, I'm sure there are other counties that have gone through this process and how they've handled this in particular issue?
I can't speak to this specific issue, but in the other KYSOP agreements that I have looked at, all it does is specify that should it be disbanded, whoever ends up as the receiver. It just says who specifies the receiver. It doesn't say anything about the fiscal courts that established these other sanitation districts being responsible.
So it doesn't specifically say the fiscal court?
Correct.
It just whoever?
Correct.
And I thought that's kind of what that number 20 was saying, is that whomever, the city would not have to incur the liabilities or the debt. Okay, Squire Muller, let's let you go first.
Thank you, Judge. Hey, County Attorney, can I ask you a question? Do we
Yes,
have any
sir.
negotiating powers, if this is how it has to be legally, that we can have oversight on the district to a certain extent? I mean, if that's where, it seems like we're in a crossroads, and I know you're getting ready to say what I probably know you're gonna say, but, I mean, this is a big document for us to sign. I mean, I don't know why we couldn't negotiate something just so that we could have at least some oversight. Not saying they're doing anything wrong, but it could be financially a lot of money down the road.
Oversight of whom? The Farmdale
Yeah.
District or the
Farmdale
city?
District, to make sure they're, responsible with funds and things like that.
Okay.
I'll just leave this statement as it stands. Farmdale is created as its own entity. The fiscal court has zero, period, none whatsoever oversight of Farmdale, Water District, or whatever. You gave them full authority to go out, sue people, pay their bills, do whatever they've got to do. To use Robert's example as a co-signer, these kids have grown up. They've moved far away. And if you do that, you're bringing them back into your house again.
Yeah.
In which I have made the facetious, although not so facetious statement, that if you're going to do that, just dissolve the whole thing once and for all and make it into a district, because that's what the sewer department wants you to do. However, the fiscal court took a different direction some years ago. Right now, that their own independent body, they remain their own independent body.
Okay.
There's nothing about a receivership in item 20. The sewer department just wants to keep the debts out of their account.
Well, of course they do.
That's how it was presented. There's not any issues that I was aware of. Number one, I don't think you can monitor that. That's why it's a debtor-creditor relationship. It's an arm's length transaction if they don't pay. I don't think that you could necessarily say in the event of a receivership, Franklin County is going to just assume the debts, which is what they want you to do, so those debts don't go back to the city, which I respect the idea to keep debts away from them. But that's really not what a KISOP agreement was supposed to do. And you already got the added inclination to be responsible if they don't pay for discharge. If that's another thing that you have to back down to another day to negotiate item 20 or relating to item 20, that's completely appropriate.
Yeah.
But Squire, the things that you were asking for, those are not available under Kentucky law with an independent entity like Farmdale.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Ann, thank you for coming up. I was hoping you would want to say something here and help us out here. Thank you.
And I want to give the court and anyone listening a feeling of security because as you were talking about, who's oversight. As a special purpose government entity, the district, along with our other special purpose government entities, have to file a budget with the state each year. They also have to be audited. And in the event, I've worked closely with Farmdale, in the event of this board, they are very conscious of their revenue streams, both incoming and outgoing, and most recently had to do a rate adjustment to make sure that they were going to be, in secure fashion going into more repairs. They want to be sure that they're taking in enough that they're going to be able to pay their debts. I don't think that oversight is something that is necessary. This is a very competent board, and this KISOP agreement gives them another step toward their independence that the court has always encouraged them on. I think it could be, and Councilor Sparks can correct me on this, but I had Karen share some of the other agreements from other counties with me yesterday, and it might be something about adding language that has any successor of the district subrogated to this contract and any amendments and extensions made. So it could be language that could be added like that will make it very clear that any successor of the district, whether or not they should sell the district or become some other form or whatever their future holds, those successors will be held and receivers will be held to the same contract. And I think that ought to give the court security in this. I think this KISOP agreement is so important for Farmdale and for Franklin County to allow this district to continue to move ahead with the progress that they've been seeing. Now that we have a congressional appropriation in place to get started with, we have a CDBG that Karen Leverins is writing that Fiscal Court approved for more money toward this project, and a lot of other funding sources possible that she's going to be assisting them with. I think it's important to get this CISOP in place because it provides the security for those funding sources to know, okay, these folks have worked this out, they know what they're doing, and allow them the leverage to use that agreement to help them move forward with more funding. So, if that's the language that we can add, that makes it very clear. It's not on Fiscal Court, and Farmdale is their own entity, and they're very responsible, very knowledgeable, and very hardworking, and I really appreciate them.
And thank you. One more time, I want to, Charlie, Bob, Burnett, you're a member, and Ann Northcutt has just talked about your board and what a good job you all are doing. Do you have a comment about moving forward in this CISOP?
Right. As far as this thing, we went back and forth and back and forth. The reason I think we're at this point, and I agree with the language that Ann's talking about, it could be added and rightfully be fine. One thing that evidently when I come on the board, they've been kicking this CISOP around for years. Without this CISOP agreement, our hands are tied on asking for any more funding avenues because there is no agreement between us and the city. I think Karen can speak on, right now we're basically about to run out of time on possibly a few $1 million that's available. And as far as our project and for our community, we're at the top of every list to get funding. Over all the counties around us, we're at the top. And without this, we're basically going to leave millions on the table. For other communities, which is fine, they may have their stuff together, but we've got money coming in for these projects. I think overall, reality, a $15 million project most likely with the way inflation and labor rates are, it's probably going to be more like 20 million. So any money that's available is crucial to make this happen. We're trying everything we can. The EPA has a list. If anybody wants to see them, we're working on it. So we're staying out of trouble per se in the eyes of that. But if we keep sitting on our hands, they're just going to strike down on us. And we're trying to do our part. We hope the court will work with us. Any questions, I'll be willing to answer if we can.
Scarmo?
Thank you. Hey, Charlie, by the way, thank you for serving, and I didn't mean anything against the current board. I'm just looking down the road, what if something happens? So I just want to clarify that. Rick, could you just talk a little bit to what Ann said? I mean, I kind of like what she said, so would that work, is the question.
It is, and that brings me to the heart of the matter here before you all today. Because again, I had no direction as to this particular issue, which the city apparently had. I couldn't address the negotiations of that other than just to say what I was given, and I go, that's not a good thing of its kind. I do think that there is a great risk that my court will be on the hook for debts, etc., if you were to sign this as stated. This came again to me. I did not draft that section. The remedy that Ann and you all should be talking about now is to how, if you, number one, y'all are okay with the ongoing discharge, etc., as to paying the debts if they're 90 days or due. That's what you told me that you want to do. That's what I drafted. If you're okay with continuing that, but Farmdale is also of the opinion that with whatever happens to them, and they've done a great job, we've gone through several boards. I mean, it's remarkable what they've had to do in the 20 some odd years that they've had to do this in. Again, again, for the people of that area, that just needs to be clarified. If the city's inclined to state, okay, I understand whatever may happen, but just don't put it on us, then the court has to come up with a way to say, well, don't put it on the city, and then we can craft some appropriate language. And had an appropriate language that they will go to the successor, and the city says, well, but it's not going to go to us. And if that's agreeable to everybody, that's where you stand. The point is, I didn't know where you stood because this one came up in the middle of those discussions. So I wasn't trying to minimize it, etc. But if you ain't got no direction, you ain't going nowhere. And I didn't have no direction on that, which is why it's before you today.
Squire Sebastian?
Thank you, Judge, and thank you, Counselor Sparks. So, I look at us as the fiscal court that, we're in the business of representing, we're in the business of advocating for, and we're in the business of stabilizing protections to persons and their property. So what I really don't want to do today is have some open-ended agreement where someone comes in and maybe purchases the debt or assumes this liability, and then in doing so, they set rates where individuals who've been in their homes for 60 years, they can't pay for. So I'm concerned about who is going to, potentially, if something happens to the district. Now, the district is working hard. Those board members, I really do think they have a positive direction. Unfortunately, as economies go, no one knows if we're always going to be able to stay here in the economy or when the economy dips down. And when that does, that creates that problem and potentially could put the district and or other districts at risk. And if we can't know for certain in some way where that rate structure is going to be when it potentially could go out of the hands of Farmdale, those individuals live there, so they don't want to do anything to set the rates that their neighbors can't take care of. We can't say that for a person or a group that would come in and assume that liability later. And I hate to be the one.
Does the PSC regulate that, though?
PSC does, but I mean, we don't even know how, sometimes they make decisions. I mean, I keep getting asked about Farmdale's $3 water still, and that's been in place now for 2 years. I'm still getting asked about that. So that's $3. Imagine a rate going up on a 1,000-foot square home where they're paying $200 to try to just be able to utilize basic services. So I'm just concerned about that. I'm not concerned about what Farmdale's board's doing because I think they're working hard. But I'm trying to figure out 2 steps down the road when it gets out of everyone's hands that we have a relationship with, and those fine gentlemen that are on this board who are living next door to neighbors who are knocking on their door now going, what happened?
And I think that's well stated. We all understand where you're coming from.
Yeah.
And I think your heart is there to protect the citizens and all of us. Marty has been that same way, and you have been, and I have been, and the board has been.
And the board is.
Most importantly,
Yes.
the board has
The board
been,
is.
and they all
Right.
understand that. I think we're I think we're very close, and if I may, instead of just keep going here, I'd like Max Conley, if you would, because you're going to be our new county attorney, and thank you for being here and hearing all of this dialogue. If you and Rick can kind of confer, but we're going to hand this over to you. And I would ask that Richard Tanner, who is here, thank you for being here. Richard, this is going to be your district, and Squire Sebastian, this is your district. Max, if you will involve them and start working with Laura Ross and keep them updated on where this is going. You also have a huge base of knowledge in Karen Leverage from Bluegrass Ad on what has been done in others. So if you all will work together, you, Karen, Richard, Sherry, because unfortunately Ann Northcutt is leaving, and Robert Hewitt, get Robert involved too. If you all will kind of work together, and I think we're very, very close to coming up with an agreement that everybody can live with, and we can move forward. And the citizens, most importantly, the citizens of Franklin County can be protected and know that they aren't going to have sewers in the creek, and that this is going to be a very functional system that we can all be proud of. Okay? Okay?
And Judge, let me qualify one more thing. I have the greatest respect of what the city is trying to do, that the city and the sewer department, et cetera, trying to protect them. Just to remind this court, this is the kind of stuff that literally we have to deal with. Everybody's trying to do the right things, and I commend you all for attempting to move that forward. So thank you if I forget to say this any other time. Good job.
Max, are you okay? That challenge?
He's freaking out.
Not a bit. All right. Everybody okay with that? Richard, you okay? You and Sherry?
No, I'll do it.
No, but you got, yeah, you and Sherry.
And Charlie Bob says hurry up.
By the way, Ann Northcutt is leaving, and, God, what a wealth of knowledge that is on the table. And I'm sure that if you needed to talk with her, she would help you as well. Charlie Bob, you okay with where we are?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Thanks everybody. Thank you, Karen. Thank you, Charlie Bob. Everybody, Ann Northcutt, God bless you. Thank you so much. And the future is right in front of us, right in our hands. So I think Max, you can come up with some verbiage and that Sherry and Richard can assure that the board and Charlie Bob will be good with it, and we'll move forward. All right, thanks everybody on that one. Let's go to the next item. The next item, we're getting now into the very heart of the agenda. The next item is authorization for approval of minutes from a regular meeting of November the 22nd. Any discussion on those minutes? The next item is authorization for approval of minutes from our special meeting of November the 28th. Any discussion on those minutes? The next item is the sheriff's. Authorization to approve the sheriff's participation in the state advancement program for calendar year 2023. Sheriff, welcome. And I hardly recognize you in this. Is that a new sheriff's uniform you've got on there? It looks pretty nice.
I appreciate it. I was trying to keep up with Lucas.
Good luck on that one.
We know he sounds better and looks better, so.
Yeah, you got it.
He'll be over here in a minute.
Okay.
But no, of course, we would apply for that money because it's 0%, and it allows us to operate up until we get our tax commissions this time of year, which is when most of our monies come in. So that gives us $400,000 to starting in January up until October.
Okay. And you normally use that to help reimburse salaries, is that what you do?
Yes, that's how we usually pay the first 2 or 3 months of payroll, and then now we've got our invoices, so we'll be able to catch up.
Okay. And it is basically a loan to sheriff departments in the state of Kentucky is it from the state?
Yes, it is.
And that with 0% to help, because, and you or Lucas want to explain, I guess I can go ahead and say that what happens is that you've collected taxes, you're going to pay all this money and start from January until November or October next year, you don't have a whole lot of revenue coming in. That's your main source of revenue coming in.
That's right. Yeah, a lot of times, like, for instance, January 1st, we won't have any money until we get our first state advance check, which is it $60,000? $60,000. So we'll get that money probably in the middle of January to pay fuel bills and et cetera.
Yeah, okay.
It's a good program, though.
Oh,
We're thankful that we have it.
Yeah, and thank you for using it too. It's great that you use it.
Right. Some choose not to because you are personally on the hook for it. Like if there's no money to pay it, I gotta figure out how to pay it. So that's why some people are very reluctant to do it.
Yeah. Well, Lucas, with all his money, we know that he's good.
I'm sure he will pitch in.
We appreciate that. Okay. Any questions on the monies from the state advancement program? Any questions on that?
I remember when it started, and there was some from the sheriff that was in place at that time. There was concern, but now we don't worry about that.
Yep, that's wonderful. The next item, Sheriff, let's go into the lump sum fee officials budget for calendar year. We also have Amy here if anybody has questions for Amy or Chris on that, and, or is Lucas gonna do that, or are you gonna do that one, the lump sum?
I think we have a PowerPoint, is that right?
Okay, all right, great, great.
So like every year, we've been doing like a report card of the sheriff's office of the year. And so I guess like just keeping a tradition, we've always kind of done this as leading into talking about the lump sum budget and or annual order. So
Okay.
if y'all are fine with that, we
That's
can
great.
go ahead and do that and then move into the numbers.
Sure, absolutely. Let's do
So
it.
I guess I need, Andrew, can you hear me?
Lucas, I feel like you just bailed the sheriff out a little bit. That was a
Hey.
smooth transition there. I like that. Did you notice that?
You noticed the smile on Chris's face?
Absolutely. That was just like
Thank you.
rehearsed.
We all have a job. So, like I said, it's a report card just describing some of the activities that we do that, you know, people may or may not be familiar with what the sheriff's office does. So just some patrol things, and I just put together some stats of things that we've done to date in 2022. So we've issued a total of 8,300 citations, and those are, as you can see, traffic citations, criminal citations, and juvenile citations. One thing to note here, and we'll discuss a little further, is that juvenile citations increased from 71 to 230 this year. And we'll get into that later. Andrew, next slide. So we respond to all sorts of different calls of service. I'm sure you see deputies all across the county going to different things. Well, two major ways to divide these are Part 1, Part 2 crimes. Part 1 crimes are murders, rapes, aggravated assaults, things of that nature. Part 2 are thefts, misdemeanor assaults, some drug charges. So Part 1 crimes remain consistent with 2021 numbers. That's encouraging because in the previous year that increased by over 20%. And Part 2 crimes had a slight increase in 2022. So we had a little increase in like misdemeanor theft and things of that nature and drug charges. Next slide. You can go to the next one after that, it's hard to read. So that's just collisions. We had 510 total collisions we worked in Franklin County this year as a sheriff's office. It's a 6% increase over the previous year. We have one fatal that we responded to. Now there were 2 other fatalities that KSP worked that we weren't involved with, so a total of 3 in the county, but only one that our sheriff's office worked with. Another interesting thing is that property damage is increasing on these on wrecks. And when I mean property damage, I mean like someone running into someone's fence, running into a house, things other than vehicle damage. And I ran some stats because I noticed that we had a lot of collisions happening on I-64 in the construction between the 53 and the 48. And the entire increase of 6% plus 3%, so a 9% of the total collision increase is from that construction zone, which I found interesting. I always heard on the radio our guys are going out there for wrecks, and it's because of the lane shifts, how they are. They're pretty narrow, and people are bumping into each other. But just thought that was an interesting fact that our entire increase plus some was from 64.
Lucas, before you go on, let me ask you this question. When does the state police get involved and the county not be involved, or do the state, whenever the state police is involved, is the county also involved?
So for example, in like a fatality collision, or just in
you
general?
said you had 2 or 3 that the state police were involved in.
Yeah, so
what precipitates that?
So a lot of times, a fatality is agency response first will be the one who works the reconstruction or works the fatality. And in this case, the 2 collisions that were fatalities, the state police arrived first on scene, so they take the scene over, they work the reconstruction. So 90% of the time, it's who arrives first.
Okay.
And then we obviously assist if they need help. We're obviously out there. We send deputies out to help close the road down or whatever needs to be done. And then vice versa. If I'm working a reconstruction and I need help, I call KSP. They come assist me, and then I carry the case report on it.
Okay.
So we work really well in tandem with KSP.
So many times, both of you show up.
Absolutely.
But who is ever first? Whoever is
Essentially, the initial arriving agency will take the report.
Okay.
Were those fatalities on the 64 construction zone?
One was in 64 construction zone, and the other one was in a residential neighborhood that the one we worked, and then the other one was on 127 South, right by the Valero, like the Midway Travel Plaza. Yeah, that was early in the year. Yeah. Next slide, Andrew. So in narcotics investigations, you guys know fentanyl is a big deal. You see it in the national news all day, every day. Just yesterday, a Florida officer fell down and passed out from collecting dollar bills that had fentanyl on them. So it's a big deal, and it's coming across the border in many places. And Louisville and Lexington are seeing huge influxes, and well, where are we at? Right in between Lexington and Louisville. So we're going to have a lot of that coming through here. We had 233 drug-related arrests in 2022, 15 trafficking cases involving a firearm, which we deem the most high-profile and most dangerous, and 23 cases where the perpetrator was a juvenile in those cases. So when I say that, that means the juvenile was actually the one on the scene who was doing the trafficking, not necessarily saying that a juvenile was in possession of narcotics, but this was when a juvenile, an actual underage person, was the one trafficking the narcotics. And then here's just some pictures, investigations. These are photos of a large retail crime ring that our detectives took down. Stuff brand new in boxes where they've been going in retail stores and just walking out with it, or tricking cashiers and walking out with it. Ended up being about $15,000 of product, and 13,000 of that or so was just from our Lowe's here in Frankfurt. But we were able to track down a lot of it, get it back to them, and they were able to put it back on their shelves. You go next slide. And this just describes what I said, but with that and recovering those lost goods, those stores can then, like I said, put it back on their shelves and sell it. The big thing with retail, and that's my background, lots of retail, is that one of the biggest drivers of prices is the unexplained loss of goods, and the biggest unexplained loss of goods is theft. So if we can help these stores increase security, or increase their knowledge of crime and shoplifting, we can then, that trickles down to helping stop the increase of prices. So that's why that's important for the community as a whole, and not just a law enforcement aspect. Next slide. So in 2021 or 2020, Senate Bill 1 passed in our legislature, and it mandated that all school campuses be staffed with a school resource officer. Previously, we had 3 school resource officers, and they were only at the high schools and the academy. So we have now added 3 additional, so that each of our school campuses have a school resource officer. So there's 6 total now. And this all started on July 1st of this year, and that was a mandate through the Kentucky legislature that this had to happen. So you've probably noticed in other areas people are having issues trying to find SROs, but luckily we've been able to reach out and get some good retired folks in there. Next slide. So very back at the beginning, I mentioned the 231 juvenile citations. This can be attributed to the fact that we now have additional law enforcement in these schools, and they're catching these things now. Things that in the past weren't seen by a law enforcement official are now being seen. And one of the largest things, and I talk to our SROs almost daily, is the amount of THC vapes in these schools. Almost daily they're dealing with the use and distribution of these devices. You have kids coming into school with backpacks full of them and selling them to the other kids, going to football games with backpacks full, selling them to the kids. So that, plus we've had, and I think it's just because we're there now, we're present. We have an uptick of like the assault charges of kids fighting and things. So you're going to see for a while an increase in that. That's going to continue to climb, but it's eventually going to start to plateau and then come down because of the presence of the officers. And I can say that speaking to some of them, they are now in more of a mentorship and guidance kind of facility with these young children. We have one school resource officer who makes it a point each week he will seek out a child on Monday who he thinks this, and he's a knowledgeable individual, and he says, I think this kid's gonna have a hard week. And he'll talk to him the entire week, and on Friday he takes him out to lunch. And he had a kid, I believe it was 2-3 weeks ago, who was out to eat. He took him out to eat, and he said, this is the first time in 3 years I've had a meal outside of my home, thank you. So it's not just looking at it in a law enforcement aspect, just, it's not all stick, there has to be some carrot too. So I think that they're doing a great job with that. Next slide. And these are just some random pictures of stuff that the sheriff and Chief Depp and all them do. Lots of community events. I mean, we do the movie night. We do the ice cream stuff with Taylor Bell and Hoggies and all kinds of stuff throughout the summer. The sheriff's really big into that stuff. You can get it next slide. Yeah, there you go. Just some more pictures. Next slide. Okay, we just finished our accreditation process. We were accredited, I think 5 years ago is when we first became accredited, is that correct? And then it's a 4-year process, so you have to recertify every 4 years, and it's a pretty daunting task. I think it took, Chief Depp spearheaded it, and it took a few months for us to get everything in order again to be compliant. But this is a great thing. Not only does it show that we have professional standards and that we strive to be the best we can as a law enforcement agency, but it also assists with things like insurance through KCO and stuff like that. Next slide. So Sheriff Choir, was it last week? Mm-hmm. Last week they had the Sheriff's Conference, and Sheriff Choir was selected to serve on the board of the Kentucky Sheriff's Association. This is a pretty big deal. We have 120 counties and only 10 sheriffs sit on that board. That's a pretty big deal for Franklin County, because now, being in that position, he can lobby for things for Franklin County through the sheriff's office that normally in the past we wouldn't have access to. So I think it's a really good thing that he was acknowledged, recognized for his good work, and they appointed him to the board.
Congratulations.
I appreciate it. No, that's nice to be able, because they approached me last time, but I was like, I want to get this term over with before I take on extra duties so we can get it running smooth. But now I feel like I've got the right people in place where I'll have time to commit a little bit to that. But it will help us get some things done that we need to do.
And then fiscal responsibility. We've had, since Sheriff Parr's been in office, we've had clean audits. Every audit's been clean. And I think that was one of his promises. He's kept that promise. And then on there's a note about the state advancement program. You guys have covered that already, and it's very important for us, very important for you that we participate in that. So yeah, we'll just continue to be fiscally responsible. Next slide. So this is just numbers about like what we've done this year as our fee services. So this is the revenue that we can bring in as a sheriff's office before taxes happen, and we do it year round. But this is just kind of tells you like the amount of money we're able to bring in without taxes. So we did 2,600 vehicle inspections. When it says 321 off-site, that means we go to a car dealership and they have several for us to do. We do them there. 2,200 summonses served, and we still continue to serve a majority of all the criminal summonses for multiple agencies in this county. So when KSP or the Frankfort Police Department cites someone and then they're criminally summoned to court, we're the ones who are going out and serving those summonses. It's not the city police, it's not KSP. And then we had 418 CCW applications, which is a decrease. It was 686 last year, and it's 418 this year. And I think that can just be attributed to the fact that we have constitutional carry now, and people don't see it as something they need. Next slide. And then as of just the other day, so 2 days old data, we've collected a little over 39 million, just under 40 million taxes. That's 87.5% of the total tax bills. So it's 20,000 tax bills collected, which equals 89.53% of the total dollar tax base. And at this point last year, we're 1% above that, 1% where we were. So that's always a good thing to be a little bit above. And now we get to the fun stuff, the annual order. This coming year's annual order is set at 2.629 million. And the simplest way to state it is our increase is due to additional SROs added, the 3% COLA, and then through further investigation of last year's annual order, there was about $90,000 of SRO benefits that weren't included in it that should have been. So, and that what that is when we get reimbursed from the school board, they send us everything, including like workers' comp, any health benefits. We have one hazardous duty retirement position at that point. So all those things we get reimbursed on, and they should be on the annual order. And for reasons unknown to myself, they were excluded last year, but that would have been about an additional 90 grand that would have been on the annual order last year. So when you look at the annual order numbers and you look at last year's and you look at this year's, there's going to be a shock value there. You're going to say, well, it was 22.1 million last year and now you're at 2.6. Well, When you add 3 SROs, full salaries, full benefits and all that, that's 312,000 of it alone there. Then you add in the 90,000 that wasn't accounted for before, now you're over 400,000. And then we have 3 positions we haven't filled, 3 or 4? 4 positions we haven't filled yet that we've been just waiting for the right people to get in, not being hasty in hiring. So that explains the difference, and like I said, there's a shock value there that when you see that, when you see an increase like that. You go next slide. So, to the contrary, our operating budget this year is $947,585. Last year was a little over 1.1 million. The reason for this being a reduction is because several reasons. We've become more efficient. We've learned better ways to do things. So we've been able to trim some line items down that were larger last year, and now we've been able to reduce. Additionally, we have 9 electric vehicles in service now, and those electric vehicles don't require fuel, they don't require oil, they don't require these things. So overall, my estimations, and rounding up, it's about $6,880, but about $7,000 a month is what we save by having those in service and not having a gasoline-powered vehicle. So that's allowed us to trim some things on the operating budget.
Does that count the charging them, the electricity charging them?
Well, no, I mean, it doesn't.
They say there's an offset.
Yeah, if you were to.
Muller knows more about that than.
Yeah, if you were to.
Charging.
Like all numbers I've seen, and Squire Muller can probably correct me if I'm wrong. Numbers I've seen is $4 to $6 a day to charge.
That's about
accurate. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. So even taking that into consideration, the school resource officers are the ones that mainly use them, and they charge. Talking to a couple of them, they charge 2 days a week, and that's all they do.
And the school did put chargers in at the high school and middle schools, which is where they're all assigned to. So they actually charge while they're at work now. And then we have 3 vehicles. For the evidence guy, chief deputy drives one, and the DARE guy that does some transport drives one. So we have 2 chargers on our garage at the office. So they charge there, and the deputies charge at the school that are assigned at the schools.
Lucas, to your point, I think the average maintenance of a vehicle per mile is like 28 cents, and then for electric it's about 3 cents.
Yeah.
So that's where you're getting the difference there with oil and all that stuff. Yeah.
But that's it for the presentation.
Okay. Let's go ahead, Squire.
So when you were talking about the accidents and the problems out on the interstate, because we all know that's a problem. It seems like once a week it's shut down and there's a problem. Do we still have that grant that puts an officer out on the interstate?
We do, yes.
So is that still active? Like
Yes.
how often does that officer work on the interstate?
He works the interstate, so he works 5 days a week, and he is working the interstate probably 4 of those 5 days, and then 1 other day is targeted enforcement either on 60 or 127 South.
Okay.
And that's just what we've arranged with NHTSA and KOHS.
How long does that grant last?
It's indefinite right now. We hope to keep it forever.
Yeah, it started out, if you remember, 5 years. It was gonna be fully funded, then it was supposed to go to half, then quarter, but so far, we're on the 3rd year and it's been fully funded. And remember, they bought a new vehicle, they pay for all the benefits, and, it's a really good deal for us because there's no way we could designate a deputy out on the interstate all the time otherwise.
Okay, thank you.
Going back to the EVs, Chris, Lucas, do you all foresee the future 5 years from now that you go with all the deputies having EV vehicles, or is that not a real concept yet?
I can speak for that because I drove one for a while, and the issue for us is they're gonna have to get the charge much better because you start out at 245, which is good. But if you drive 70, 80 miles an hour 1 or 2 times, your battery's gone. And a deputy's working the county moving around, it's not gonna work. But we're at 43% electric, that's pretty big.
Yeah.
We've got, of course, the 6 deputies. If that program ever expands, we would say we get one for every campus, it would take 13. So we would have, we'd be adding 6 more electric vehicles. So that would be probably the only way. I don't feel like there's anybody else that would be practical at this time, unless some kind of technology comes along, you have to say 500 miles.
And that's what they say is
Right.
coming down
That's
the road
great.
at some point in time.
Yes.
And I think that will be the game changer for this whole country and probably the world at that
Right,
point.
I agree, but I think our fleet, if you compare us to other agencies, probably we're way ahead of anybody else in the state, I'd have to guess, at 43%.
Applaud you for that, that's great.
We appreciate you all for the commitment buying the cars. I think it was a good deal, and I think it's good for everybody.
Okay, questions for the annual order, lump sum budget, and the presentation of, Squire Booth?
I'm sorry that I don't know, but what is the CCDW?
That's the license to carry a concealed weapon.
You haven't been trained there, Marty, that's okay.
Learned something new today, Squire Booth.
I sure
There you
did.
go. Any other questions?
I'm sorry, I showed my ignorance.
Squire Tracy?
Sheriff, thank you. How many retirees do you have back working under you that's retired and came back? Like, I know you make it a point to do the school resource officers.
All
outside this.
6 are retired in the schools, and then we probably have, well, everybody at the courthouse is, 6 folks there, so that's 12. And then we have, there's nobody on the road, and then Chief Depp, so 13 people.
You forgot to touch on that additional savings.
Oh, about the benefits.
Yeah.
Questions, any other questions? You want to say something about your finance officer over there?
Miss Sam?
I'm
soaking it all in.
That was a great speech, Samantha.
Thank you so much. Worked all night.
Sam's
Great
done a really
speech.
good job, we appreciate her, but she wanted to come down, you know, she asked us, and I said, are you sure? We usually like protect the bookkeeper, and we just come down here. He does most of the work. But if you're not here, you can't be drilled.
She probably has body armor on, we just don't know. Is that what it is?
She probably needs it around most of us up there.
Earplugs.
Yeah,
Earplugs.
there you go.
It's a CC.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, God bless, Merry Christmas to you, and, just, do I have something, we have a gun that we need to talk about. Before we go, before I say anything, Chris, you wanna talk about the gun surplus?
Yes, this is a tradition that we've done several times, and, you know, we found a way to do it right. We get a third-party appraisal, they say it's worth $200, we collect money, friends, family, whatever, and we'll put that money back in the fees account so we can buy another gun, or it goes towards a gun. And then we also have the deputy that's retired and go over to Mike's Gun Shop and transfer it out our name. So once, if it's approved, we'll make sure that we get it transferred.
Very good, any questions on that? Chris, I want to say this, being that this is the last official meeting for myself, and you and I have been friends for a long time, and I appreciate your service. I appreciate how you've handled the sheriff's department, and I honestly can say, and I hope you can concur, that you and I have always been able to sit at the table and talk to each other. We don't have to always agree, but we always can get up from the table and know that we're on the same page, trying to do the same thing. And I thank you for your great service. You have been a model sheriff for our community.
Hey, I appreciate it. It's been nice to work with you. I'll miss Lambert, Marty, and all the other folks that are leaving. Sometimes change is hard, but hey, it'll all work out. It always
It'll all
does.
be fine.
But I appreciate it and look forward to the next 4 years. Thank you.
I'll be looking for you in my rearview mirror.
You're looking for me, you're gonna be waiting a long time.
We gotta appreciate Lambert's humor. All right, thank you, Sheriff. Thank you, Lucas. Thank you, Samantha.
Thanks.
Or you mean he's
All
gonna be
right, next item.
Is that the last of your family's gonna be here today, or is that another sister?
I could probably find a few other sisters to contribute to something. See ya.
All right, this is, there he is. Hello, Mr. Bonner. Authorization to amend the jail's policy and procedure manual for medical services and training. Mr. Bonner, welcome.
Good morning, everybody. Glad to be here. I'm glad it's Friday. Mine is very short and sweet. We're just doing some cleaning up in our policy. And we found in chapter 7, page 2, We need to change the name of our medical group that we did last year. And then also, we had to change the CPR part of it because this medical group provides our CPR training for us. It's part of our contract. We don't have to outsource it anymore. So it saves us a little bit of money. So mine's short and sweet. That's it.
Questions? Questions?
Thank you, Jake. The question I have is, how long is that contract for? Could you remind me? With our
It's yearly.
It's yearly? Okay, thank you.
July.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Everybody got it? Jake, just like Chris, I want to take this opportunity, being the last meeting, to the general public, as we have worked together over the past few years. You've been reelected to the position, and I appointed you, and I had total faith in you, and you have exceeded all of my thoughts in the job, and I'm so proud of you, and I want to say thank you. And most of all, I know the general public is always asking, can the jail help? Can the jail help? And every time that's been asked, you've been there. That is just, it's so outstanding that what the jail does for our community. And on behalf of our community and from my heart, I say thank you, Jake Bonner, for your service. I appreciate it.
I appreciate that, Judge. I appreciate the court and everything they do for the jail. I appreciate your sentiment, but it's my staff, it's not me.
I understand.
I appreciate everything that you all do for us. For those members of the court that will be leaving us, I appreciate all of your service to this community. And for those coming in, buckle up.
I got it.
Wish everybody Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays from the jail, and we'll see you.
Thank you, Jake. All right, the next item on the agenda is a good friend of ours who does a fantastic job. Is he here?
He was in the hall.
All right. You gonna go see if he's there, Jack? You know Richard Sanford? See if he's out there.
I think he's joining us via the computer, Judge.
Okay, all right, that's good. This is authorization to approve Constable Richard Sanford's use of emergency equipment for calendar year 2023. What do you say? Okay, Richard, are you on? Anyway, the most important thing is, Tambra, has he met all of the requirements for this? Okay, so, if Richard, I believe that's it. Hey, Richard.
There he is. How you doing, sir? I am on here. I finally got the Zoom thing to work. So.
We understand, and welcome. It has been confirmed that you have met all of the qualifications for the continuance of the emergency equipment. And Richard, let's say this, that you are everywhere. You serve, I don't know how you do so many jobs and serve so many people, but you certainly do it with grace and honor, and we appreciate all that you do in the community, and are honored that you're still here and want to continue to do it. And on top of that, we even added another job, and that's being a dog warden. So God bless you, and thank you so much.
It's fun sometimes, but I've enjoyed it, and I feel like I've learned, and every day I learn something new.
Yeah. Squire Booth?
I have a question. Are you still going to be able to be the traffic control person by 2nd Street School?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, because I thought that there was a new regulation that there would be no stopping of traffic on that Tiger.
No, ma'am.
Oh, okay.
No, the regulation that they put signs up saying no standing, but it's intended for traffic. But what they was referring to is all the traffic that sits there waiting to get into the school to pick their children up. It's not got nothing to do with the actual traffic flow. I still have to stop traffic to cross the kids and this, that, and to get traffic out of the school, but they just don't want the parents sitting in the road blocking the main traffic going through.
Thank you.
Especially
Yes, ma'am.
since it's only 2 lanes of traffic.
Yes.
All
But
right,
I also do Franklin County school traffic also.
yep, you did. Any questions for Richard? Richard, thank you again. God bless you. Appreciate your great work in the community. Thank you. All right, the next item is authorization to approve a resolution in support of entering into an agreement with the Farmdale Sanitation District and the Bluegrass Area Development District for the administration of grants for the Farmdale Sanitation District as subrecipient. And I don't believe we need Karen, do we?
Yes, in
Is
case
Karen
there's
on?
any questions.
Karen Leverance, are you on? Andrew, is Karen still there?
I don't see her in the list, Judge. I think she must have logged off already.
Okay, go ahead, Ann.
That's all right. The Farmdale Sanitation District voted at their last meeting that any grants that they receive, that the county does not have to be involved in, is not a grantor. They're asking Karen Leverance for the Bluegrass Ad to administer those grants. In addition, the court approved for Karen to write a CDBG for Farmdale Sanitation District. In some of those instances, such as the CDBG and the congressional appropriation, even though what they used to call a county a pass-through, even though that's not quite a good term to use, those monies have to come to a unit of government before they can go out to the subrecipient. What Farmdale is asking is that Karen's already going to do the CDBG, which the county is the grantee of, but we're also asking that she be allowed to be the administrator of any of the grants that come to Franklin County, because they have to come to government, to allow her to be the administrator when Farmdale Sanitation District is the only subrecipient. That's going to benefit both the county and the sanitation district in a lot of ways. Karen is the infrastructure, I have to always look at her title, Infrastructure Development Coordinator, and we've met her a number of times, and she's also worked with Farmdale through a number of their meetings and projects. She works with water and sanitation district projects over 17 counties in Bluegrass. So she's probably forgotten more than I will ever know when it comes to those projects. She's also very knowledgeable in all the different funding sources and can guide Farmdale Sanitation District to all of those additional sources that they're going to need for that large project that Mr. Burnett was talking about, such as rural development. And she's helped with things like the recent income survey that was done out in the Farmdale District that's proved, as we've known all along, that they do qualify for the lower interest funding. So I think it would be a huge benefit for the district and for the county. Your new person, whoever that's going to be, and I'm sure it'll be someone excellent, is going to have their hands full with grants for the county, because now all the framework for all those federal infrastructure programs is starting to come into place. You know, they've told us about it now for a year and a half, 2 years, but they're finally starting to become available. And that person's going to have to divert a lot of attention to making sure that the county can take advantage of all those opportunities. Karen can also keep all the information for Farmdale Sanitation District compiled to use as leverage for additional funding, so she can use the same information that she will have in many different ways. So I would encourage, I think this is a good move. It gives Farmdale another step toward that independence that Fiscal Court has always encouraged them towards. I think it's a good move, and I would recommend voting for that.
Squire Muller?
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Ann. So is this solely because you're leaving us? Would it have stayed with you if you were going to continue to be here? Or is this a move that you would recommend because your plate's too full?
A lot of those things. I would have recommended it even if I was here, just because of Karen's expertise and because of the many different funding sources that are going to be required for this large project. I would have been glad to continue to help out, and the county will continue to receive the approved draw forms, request the federal funds that will come to us electronically, and Amy will issue a check back to Farmdale Sanitation District for those funds. So we are passing through those funds from those projects through the county. But Karen will maintain all of the reporting and the documentation and the environmentals and things, because this is going to be a big construction project and probably multi-phased, things like prevailing wage reports and procurement and all those kinds of documents that the EPA is going to require. She'll be working with the district and with HMB Engineers, who works with Farmdale, to make sure that all that information is in one place and can be used, as I said, for leverage for many different funding sources. So I would have encouraged this even if I was still going to be here.
Okay, do you know when it talks about financial impact, obviously they're gonna collect the admin fees. Do you have any idea what that is? And then,
That's why I was hoping Karen would be on. It is a certain percentage, but it's capped. It's very
50,000 is the
reasonable.
most they'll get.
Very, very reasonable, and it will come from the funding source.
Right.
The only obligation to fiscal court is if, for example, with the congressional appropriation, if you have obligated a match, that will still be there, but it won't be additional financial burden on fiscal court.
okay, thank you.
Are,
Go ahead, sorry.
are the infrastructure bill, what is the popular name for that? Is it Build Back Better?
Well, there's a number of different, now that it's being broken out, it's got a lot of different alphabet soup names. One good piece of information that I'm happy to be able to pass on to the court today is that Franklin County is a recipient of funding from the LATCF, which is Local Assistance Tribal Consistency Funding. We've just received the first $50,000 tranche, and after the first of the year, the second $50,000 that was allocated for Franklin County will be coming to the county. I also have the guidance documents available that will show what projects are eligible and what requirements are linked to however those funds are decided to be spent. For example, if it's construction, right now there's a Build America, Buy America requirement linked to spending those funds, although the Department of Treasury is trying to get that released and allow more flexibility. These are pretty flexible funds, so it'll be very helpful. Also, on an aside, the fire department was awarded their grant for lift equipment, so we're happy about that too. So Merry Christmas to those two items.
Hey, Chief, Chiefs.
Any other questions I can answer about Bluegrass Ad and their role?
Thank you, Judge. And so much to say about you moving on to other things outside of
I didn't bring
county government.
Kleenex, so don't go there.
I'm gonna cap it right there.
Thank you.
But I'll say more later. I do have a question in regard to if there are matching requirements for Farmdale. Are they still, is the plan still to come to the county to do that if Bluegrass Ad takes this over, or are they thinking of pivoting and asking the Area Development District for that, or some other entity?
I don't believe the Area Development District provides match for grants they administer. But Karen will also be able to determine, for example, because we have that income survey information now,
Right.
some of the grant sources have a match waiver possibility.
Okay, so
she
like
will
USDA
know,
or
right,
whatever.
she will know which of those sources might require a match. If it's something that has to come through a fiscal court, it's up to the court to decide whether or not they want to provide a cash match, if there's some possibility for some in-kind, or and the district could also explore that as in-kind services for match. So she will be very knowledgeable about all those. It will depend on the program.
Okay. I just wanted to understand how the wheels of that
Well,
would
and as
be.
you know, with our first appropriation, congressional appropriation, Kentucky Infrastructure provided the match.
Right.
So that'll be very helpful in having someone that knows how to do that for you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Ann, you're not gonna get off that easy. There'll be an opportunity to say something different in a bit. But as we're here in a public meeting, I want the public to understand a little bit about, well, a lot about Ann Northcutt and what she does and how important she is to Franklin County. So, I can't give you an exact number, but I can say this. unequivocally millions, and I mean millions of dollars have been procured by Ann Northcutt, and that has saved the county so much. She has provided so much behind the scenes work in talking with department heads, talking with us as the Fiscal Court, working with other entities in our community, the food pantry, to find monies for so many charitable organizations and to help those that are in need in our community. And you can't ask for any more than what this great lady has done to help our community. She's from Franklin County, she loves Franklin County, and she has been totally committed to Franklin County. And with that being said, Ann Northcutt, God bless you and thank you. Thank you very much.
I'll just say thank you and as well, and thank you to the community, and thank you to the staff of Franklin County. And I'm gonna need Kleenex. But, county government employees are the best. I hope that you will continue to respect and trust and treat them with knowing that they're as valued as they are. There's not a finer group of people anywhere. Thank you very much.
Amen. Amen. Scotty, Tracy, did you want to say something?
I did. And just a quick question. I know we referenced the 50,000 as capped, but would that be in the contract with Farmdale? Is that recognized in there?
There will be an agreement probably with each grant.
Okay.
And so there'll be, the admin fees will be specified in each grant agreement. And Karen has templates of all those ready, so, you know, and I've actually prepared an agreement that I sent to the county attorney's office in advance so that they have something to begin working with on this.
And I know this took up a lot of your time, but with this agreement in place, you would see that completely go out of your office. The county would not be.
As I was saying, the part that the county would continue to be responsible for would be the actual flow of funds. And so like we do now, it's kind of the end of the process at each meeting. The invoices are brought into the board and are approved for the draws on the federal funds. And then those are signed by the judge. I submit them to the EPA, and then when they're approved, request from another federal platform the drawdown. And then it comes into Amy, and she writes a check to Farmdale for those. So that part we will still maintain.
Okay. Thank you, and thank you for everything.
Thank you.
And just FYI, Michael, what happens is during the Farmdale sanitation meeting, the first of each month, the first Thursday, I think.
First Thursday.
Thursday of each month, they approve those funds to be transferred down. The paperwork is given to you to sign, then you get it to the grants administrator sends it off, and then that starts the process. So it does happen every month.
Okay.
We are still involved through the process of distributing the money.
We have currently, the end of November, closed out our last congressional appropriation. So we have just this past week finished submitting all the closeout documents to the EPA. So we should be receiving the letter that says, this is over, you know, congratulations. So now we're ready to get started with the next one. So thanks to Congressman Barr's office.
Amen. Thank you. Ann Northcutt. Thank you, Ann Northcutt. Robert, you're on for several items. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4 items, and I'm gonna move it around a little bit because we have a gentleman here I see that is seen a lot, and I'm sure he needs to go back to work, Mr. Meyer. So we're gonna move number 8 up to the top, Robert, talking about authorization of food resolution accepting Oak Ridge Drive, Maple Ridge Drive, Persimmon Ridge Drive, Stone Ridge Drive, Cornerstone Drive, Judges Avenue, and Sheriff's Way into the county road system.
Thank you, Judge. The roads you previously mentioned are located within the West Ridge subdivision, located at the intersection of or fronting on Devil's Hollow Road and E Ridge Road in the 6th Magisterial District. Mr. Meyer is the developer. He has completed all the necessary public improvements. The road superintendent and myself have done a series of field inspections with Mr. Meyer, and Mr. Mitchell and I are recommending to the court that these roads and the associated infrastructure be brought into the county system for maintenance, and it would be to the benefit of the residents of that subdivision for the county to do so.
Okay.
Mr. Meyer, in that box behind you is a hoop. We would like you to jump through it. before we-
One more?
One more hoop, yeah.
We got several lists, I think.
Okay, Squire Molly?
Robert, can I ask you a question? I went out there and looked at the subdivision, it's a nice subdivision, but I did notice there's still a lot of building going on. What is I would assume we would take them over after a subdivision's finished 100%, but obviously it's not 100%. So how do our regulations read, please?
So developers, in this case of residential subdivisions, have two ways of satisfying the requirements for public improvements, and that is outlined in the Franklin County subdivision and development plan regulations. They can either submit a subdivision plat showing the road right-of-ways along with construction plans for necessary public improvements, and request approval of that plat in order to sell lots. In that scenario, the developer must submit to my office a letter of credit for 125% of the estimated construction cost for those improvements. Once received, I will sign the final plat. They will record that plat, and then upon the road base being adequate for emergency vehicles and fire hydrants have adequate flow, building permits can be issued. Option 2 for a developer is that they can submit the subdivision plat to my office along with construction drawings for approval. They can then, upon approval of the construction plans, they can commence construction on the public improvements. Once those improvements are complete and accepted by the county, then I would sign the final plat and the developer would have the option to sell lots at that time. So that's how your regulations read, and in this case, the original developer chose to submit a letter of credit and get the plat approved. So that's a very typical way for developers to do that. That's the option they most often choose.
Okay, thank you. Can I ask? Greg, can I ask you a quick question? I did notice, and it looks nice out there, when you pull in, the sidewalk on the right-hand side just kind of stops at that property line. Is there any intent to turn that, like to the road or something? You know, it doesn't really start anywhere because you have a line of trees, and then a sidewalk starts on the right. Is that going to be connected to the road at all, or no?
Probably needs to be connected to the road at that point. The
Right.
homeowners are supposed to put in the sidewalks, you know, when they build the structures. So it'd probably be the same thing on the other side when the house is built.
And I can address that from a neighborhood association standpoint, that's why I'm here.
Okay.
I'm his daughter, but I'm also I live out there and I'm the neighborhood association president. So I can address that and see if there's any way. I know that's a tough area right there too, right by the school. So it's a tough area for them to develop, you know, when the schools are exiting or entering, because of the backup traffic. So I'm sure they are working on it as best as they can, and we'll make sure that it's completed.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Squire Tracy?
Thank you. Just one quick question, and I guess maybe this is for John. While visiting out there, I noticed that like the manhole covers in the middle of the roads it appears from 1 inch to 3 inches above grade. Will that affect pushing snow? Will that have any? So it'll go right over? Won't?
Yeah, we're fine with it now.
Okay.
It's okay.
Okay.
Squire Moore, it's your district?
It's good development, I think we should
It's been
accept it.
it really has. It's been a lot of work out there. Squire Blackburn?
Yes, I noticed, in the notes, it said something about a, sidewalk ramp being repaired by yesterday. Has that been done?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been repaired and strawed and everything else. I saw that yesterday.
They said yes, JW. I don't know if you could hear that. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay? Anything else? Greg, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
By the way, before you sit down, introduce your daughter.
Trisha Ruth Hamilton. She's my only child, and she's expecting in May. So I'll be a grandparent.
You'll be at the Derby, won't you?
All right.
Thank you all.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
All right, Robert, let's go to the next one, and that's one we've discussed. The next one is authorization to approve a resolution relating to the sale of a portion of land identified as number 9 in the Franklin County Office to the Emergency Community Food Pantry of Franklin County. We've talked about that, and the agreed upon number is $1,055. Robert, I don't guess we need to say anything else, but if you need to, go ahead.
If I may, ask Madam Clerk, do I need to revise the resolution to state just a, point, whatever portion of property and get that to you prior to the voting meeting?
Yes, please.
Okay, I will. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Everybody, we've discussed that one. The next item on the agenda is a second reading and approval of an ordinance amending the table of special ordinances, Section 1 zoning map changes of the Franklin County Code of Ordinances for a 4.57 acre portion of property identified as parcel 1 of Exhibit A, located in Deed Book 612, page 217 of record in the office of the Franklin County Clerk. The parcel is further identified as PVA map number 094-00-00-007.00, located on North Scruggs Lane from Rural Residential C District RC to Agricultural District AG. Robert, second reading.
Yes, sir. So the Planning Commission held a public hearing on October 13th, 2022, and that same evening, they adopted the staff's 4 findings of fact contained within the staff report, and by a unanimous vote of all members present, 11-0, they recommended approval of this zone map amendment request to the Fiscal Court.
Squire Muller, I believe it's in your district.
It is. Thank you, Judge. Robert, let me ask you a question. I noticed, I think a meeting or two ago, they came to us with another zone change. When when does the Planning Commission see the overall map? Because I know they're working on a bigger plan for I just feel like they're coming at us one at a time. When does the whole development plan, I guess, get presented?
Since campground are conditional use in agricultural zones, that request would go before the Board of Zoning Adjustments. At that time was when the entire expansion of the campground will be shown. The tract of land, there are issues relating to sanitary sewers in that area that are limiting the expansion to this 4.57 acre portion that the court is considering today. So when sanitary sewer issues are resolved, then that's when the Board of Zoning Adjustments will see the drawing, and I'm happy to share that with you and the magistrate of that district.
Okay, and then one other thing. I noticed in the notes here, and maybe I need to ask John, but it said Mr. Swaggart asked the road supervisor, I guess about a turnaround. But I noticed that the turnaround's privately owned. The county doesn't own that road down there. Does that affect this?
Is that to me?
Yes, sir.
Not this 4.57 acre portion, because it provides its own turnaround. The drawing that we have on file does show a secured entrance and exit to the rest of the campground facility. And so if someone comes in after hours, they would have the ability to either overnight in a temporary slip, if you will, or they can also have the option to exit from the private road through the private slip back onto North Scruggs.
Okay, so the turnaround is not the one at the end of North Scruggs. They're talking about something else there?
To my understanding, yes. And the health department has their own regulations specific to campgrounds and road width and construction type. So we are working with the health department on their requirements.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Squire Blackburn?
Yes, Robert, is it served by public sewer?
No, sir.
So I noticed in the development guidelines for rural activities, it says 1 unit per 10 acres. That being 3 parcels or 3 lots, you're increasing the burden by about 66%. I don't want to be full time, but that concerns me with the sewer, and I know there's some questions in here about the sewer. That's just that's all I wanted to know.
Well, if I could say, I believe it was contained within the staff report, because I want to try to keep this discussion to the record as best we can. This 4.57 acre tract for consideration today was the location of the former mobile home park, in which it had its own independent septic fields. I think there's 2 of them out there that have been assessed by the health department as it relates to this zone map amendment request as part of our facility review.
Those septic fields in the floodplain?
I'm pretty sure they are. However, the health department has indicated in their analysis that those septic systems have been were previously permitted and have remained in good standing, and then are able to continue to be used.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Squire Sebastian?
Thank you, Judge. I just wanted to, and this question may have already been asked while I stepped out of the room briefly. Will the road need to be widened to accommodate any potential future use in this area? Or will it stay within the confines of the existing road?
The health department is requiring the road width to be increased to 18 feet, and that is part of their campground and mobile home park regulations. So it's their requirement that would
We covered that.
make that happen. So your answer is yes.
Okay, so where will, so that's what, an additional 5 feet? Is that from the center line? Does that go on both sides, or will one, and this is just a general question, when the road has to be widened, what factors, I guess, are involved in choosing how the road is widened? So do they go in and get an easement from existing property owners there and say, hey, I need to take 2.5 feet from you on the right side of the road, and on the left side of the road, 2.5 feet from you to get to the 5 that I need to widen the road?
Since North Scruggs Lane is currently in the county road system, it has an established right-of-way. In the event that that right-of-way is not adequate enough to accommodate for the widening, then what you just described is correct. The developer would have to go to adjacent property owners and request additional right-of-way, which would then be submitted to my office for review via a plat.
I see.
Okay, so can they choose to go just to one additional property owner, or do they have to choose that from the center line to go to both sides? I really don't know, so this will just help educate me.
It's however they can best obtain that 18 feet in width, whether they keep it all on one side or if they split the difference and put it on both sides. A lot of it depends on how the right-of-way lays in relation to the asphalt of the roadway. I often think about roads as a creek and the right-of-way as the top of the bank, whereas the creek can meander within its banks, the same as an asphalt road can meander within its own right-of-way. So it'll have to be surveyed in order to determine where they can make their widening within the existing platted right-of-way.
So we know with easements and other things that sometimes there are property owners who say, I really like the concept of this, but I don't want to give an easement. So in that instance, if that's what happens, what is the next step?
Since it's a requirement of the health department, they'll have to go back to the health department and see if they can obtain any relief from their requirement. Because it's not a Franklin County requirement, it's a health department requirement.
I'm just trying to step it out down the road as, you know, just to figure out, just for my personal edification. So, all right, thank you.
Sure. Yes, ma'am, you're welcome.
Squire Blackburn?
Yeah, I just had one more question. You had mentioned that the sewer was I guess, privately owned septic field. I also noticed in the minutes there were some issues, and they're working with the sewer department. So, is there a sewer pipe running through the property that they have to work with the sewer department, or I'm just trying to understand the correlation.
No, sir, there is no public sewer infrastructure on the existing campground property or any of the other two properties obtained by the current owner. It's all served by either a holding tank or the existing septic fields, as I indicated on this 4.57 acre portion. They are working with the Frankfurt Sewer Department in an attempt to get on public sewer so that the full extent of their vision for expansion of the campground could occur. In the absence of public sewer, the size of septic and location of floodplains and such is a limiting factor.
Thank you, Robert.
You're welcome.
Any more questions? All right, let's move to the next item. Robert, the next item is authorization to approve amendment number 1 with the professional services agreement with the Stantec for engineering services relating to phase 2 of the MS4 stormwater permit implementation for Franklin County.
Thank you. So since Frankfurt and Franklin County are a co-permittee on the state's phase 2 stormwater permit, and as such, the city and county have jointly entered into an agreement with, in this case, Stantec, for their expertise in assisting us in ensuring compliance with the conditions of that permit. One of the major elements of that permit is an annual report due April 15th of every year. The request for the extension of this agreement is to get beyond that April 15th and get the agreement to the end of the fiscal year as opposed to the calendar year. So the city has passed an identical extension, and with that, I'm submitting it to the court for consideration on the county's portion. The consultant is paid for proportionally by the amount of permit coverage area within the community. So the county pays 20% to the consultant and the city pays 80%.
Squire Blackburn?
Yes, thank you, Robert. I was looking at the contract. When it said meets with the county and others, you being the stormwater administrator for the county, does that mean you, or is there others with the county that meet? And also training, it says staff training, is that for you or is that for others as well?
In terms of staff, it includes both the planning supervisor in my department and or the county engineer. I include the county engineer when we look at revisions to our stormwater regulations in terms of on-site development, so the county engineer is involved in those meetings as well. As it relates to trainings, I extend that training program to all departments within the county. In the past, obviously, it's been my staff. It's also staff at Lakeview Park, and then also there's been staff from the Franklin County Road Department. It helps satisfy their training needs as well as the county's requirement for training, not only for staff, but it's also open to the public as well. I have had developers attend in the past.
That's great. And I got one more question. It says city county facility plan updates will include 1 hour per site visit of new county facility. Which facility are they talking about?
Any new facility we may do, like for instance, when Fire Station 10 was completed, they had to come and update the facility plan to do that. When we completed the sheriff and coroner's office, they had to come and do that. If we build a new road department, they definitely will come to that. That's a big one for Franklin County, because at all these locations, we have the potential for fuel storage. You need to have spill containment areas. You need to have proper signage up. All these things that are specific to the illicit discharge portion of the phase 2 permit.
So that's an assumption based on the fact that we may have a new one, it's not specific. Okay, thank you.
Correct, yeah, which would include the city as well, any new facility they get. Like they're gonna build a new fire station. The consultant will come and then update the city's portion of the facility plan to include that fire station.
I like that being written in there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Squire Sebastian?
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Planning Director, I just want to ask a few questions about these meetings. So the contract does stipulate that there will be one meeting between the contractor and the city and county for things like stormwater utility feasibility file, rate change updates, education and outreach, public involvement, and that's supposed to be combined with the logo competition on that visual training materials for display in facilities, stormwater standards, annual reports, and then the SWQMP. So does that mean, based on that there are 5 meetings, or are all of these topics contained in one meeting?
They could be contained within one meeting, but we have multiple meetings throughout the year. We may focus in on 2 of those 5 in a meeting. And then we typically meet over at the City Public Works Department because the city has 3 personnel that administer this program. So, a lot of time, we always have a meeting prior to the annual report, just to talk about any changes, what any requirements there may be that were different from the prior year, how we're to get that information to the consultant, and things of that nature. So we have multiple meetings, and as a result of COVID, we're able to do those electronically now, which saves a lot of travel time and such, and we're able to immediately send information over. The city is in their new focus, just as a FYI to the court, they are wanting to revisit the feasibility of a stormwater utility. And so the consultant will be assisting the city on that. I will sit in on those meetings just as I did when the city of Frankfort did a prior stormwater utility, so that I can present information back to the court to see if the county has an interest in further participation.
So the meetings can be virtual to assist in the endeavor of meetings, and it sounds like they're called as needed because it basically says in here that one day, up to one day, will be dedicated to a variety of functions. So it could be to meet on individual functions, or as you said, all the functions could be combined into one meeting if that's what's needed. It says there's a 2-week period in here. So is this 2-week period enough time to review and provide comments back to the contractor on any deliverables that they provide to the county? Is that 2-week period enough time for your staff the planning staff to review and adequately comment?
Yes, it is. Because the permits are on 5-year cycles. And so there is consistency in the information within that cycle. And so only until we get a new permit would address your question, is 2 weeks enough? Well, we have to make it enough because we need to get this thing turned around so we can get it into the division water sooner than later. We don't want to be the community that shows up at 4:30 at division water rushing to drop it off. We'd like to get it to the permit coordinator at the state with adequate time in case they want to have an informal sit down with us in our submittal. But we've been with this engineer who's been through multiple firms, and we're very comfortable with the individual. And so 2 weeks is adequate, and she does a fantastic job for both the city and the county.
So in looking at the way this document's crafted, does the city and the county each have their own documents / deliverables from the vendor, or is there one combined document for the city and county in that regard?
The annual report is a single document that requires a signature of both the judge executive and the mayor of the city of Frankfort. The report does, in elements, combine city and county, treated as one, but then there are also portions of the report that separate us out. for instance, the mapping. We're required to map our stormwater system, so they will show that separately. As it relates to education and outreach, oftentimes, I mean, we're listed separately, but it's combined, because what I do is education outreach as a co-permittee benefits the city as well, and vice versa. So in that case, we are combined
Okay.
as a report.
So is there any opportunity, I guess, for city outcomes and/or county outcomes to be in conflict with one another?
No.
Okay,
No,
all
ma'am.
right.
No, ma'am.
Because that would be unusual, but not unheard of.
I understand, yes. No, water knows no boundaries, so we have.
Exactly.
We have to work together, and we do. You know, the city's public works department is great to work with, and our consultant, you know, sees us as one team, not two jurisdictions.
Okay. Let's see, and you did indicate that the county contracted engineer is privy to all of these deliverables and takes part in trainings and/or meetings based on his availability of scheduling, right? Just so he stays up, because I've had a number of meetings with him about stormwater, and he is consistently concerned about that.
Yes, he
And
also
vocally
is
concerned about it.
Yes, yes. And so when it's time to provide our consultant with the information for the annual report, I contact the county engineer and I say, I need your information of any inspections you did. I need to know the number of stormwater calculations that you prepared in this last permit cycle. So he is an entity within the county government who also provides me a deliverable to forward on to the joint consultant.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much.
Thank you for those questions.
All right. Thank you, Robert. Let's move on to the next item, authorization to award a bid for the purchase or lease of a wide area mower. Charlie Lewis.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Court. Tabled this last meeting, and it was just to lease it, and we included this time the option to purchase or lease this piece of equipment. We did re-advertise and receive bids. We received one bid from the same contractor that we did the first time. In addition to, we also found that if we do choose to lease it, we can finance it through CAECO, through their COLT program, and save quite a bit of money over the course of the lease. But of course, this gives us the option to pay it off early if we decide to go ahead, if there's money at the end of this fiscal year, or however you all choose to do so, we can go ahead and pay it off early and own it and buy it out, but we can finance it through CAECO. For the rate today is 4.99. It could go down. The rate through the company that provided the bid, I believe was I think in the neighborhood of maybe 12%. It was pretty steep. So this gives us the option to purchase or lease, as well as secure this piece of equipment, because obviously something this substantial is hard to find. But if we do decide to finance it, we can do it through CAECO, and we can pay it off early and own the piece of equipment.
So Amy, let me ask you a question as part of this. So when this happens, I would expect, I guess, and I don't know, Charlie, you and Amy put together a package and say, we can buy it for X, or we can lease it for Y, or we can pay it off if we, somehow, the court needs to know what the savings would be, even if CAECO does do it. So there would need to be a third piece of this, and I look at you, potential, or not potential, but coming county attorney, excuse me for saying potential, that was wrong. But don't we need to have an agreement with CAECO if this is a possibility of leasing it, do you need the court today to say, let's go ahead and lease it? Do you need the court today to say, let's just let it play out? Where does the court go with what you're proposing today?
Because we budgeted to lease it, I would say I would ask the court to authorize to finance the mower through CAECO and set it up that way, because there's only $20,000 in the line item because it was our original intent to lease it. Right? So it would take a budget transfer in the future to pay, secure the mower, set up the financing program through CAECO, and if we decide to pay it off, we could pay it off at that point. But right now, it's only in the budget to lease the piece of equipment.
Okay.
That's why I asked to lease it in the last meeting.
Okay.
But we found out that we might have money to purchase it because the leasing program through the company was really steep. It was over 10 grand.
Yeah.
And also in the process, thanks to Mr. Tanner, he called me and said, hey, call CAECO. They've got a leasing program that's going to save you some money. So that's why all this came about after we had already bid it out the first time. So we kind of had to backtrack. We still need to set it up as a lease, in my opinion, because that's what we budgeted for.
So, Mr. County Attorney, and I know this is hard for you, maybe I should ask Rick. Is Rick? Sorry. Rick, are you here?
Yeah, just to let you remind myself, my name's Rick Sparks. I'm the county attorney. And
We don't see you anymore.
If you'll let me finish my question, you'll understand why I was wanting to know. I didn't know whether this was going to be a future, whether this would be applying for, that's why I was asking that. Does this need to happen now to go ahead and apply for a CAECO lease?
Enter into an agreement with
CAECO, or does it need to happen 2 months from now when it comes in?
I'd have to ask the current judge executive when he wants to have this set at, because it's before the court to decide right now. If you want to do it and make this approval today, then you vote on it and decide which way you want to go on it, and then things will fall into place. If you want to approve just the purchase, but not the mechanism yet, then yes, sir, that will fall appropriately into the next court. So it's going to depend on what the court chooses to do today on how to resolve it.
Okay. So if we did, go ahead, if I were to recommend today that as part of this, we add, and also enter into an agreement with CAECO on leasing this, it would still be, it would start us off with a lease, but it would still be we would still be able to pay it off if we wanted to through CAECO.
Correct.
So everybody understand that? And I'm sorry for the influence, but I thought we all need to kind of understand where we're going with this.
Absolutely.
And I apologize to you. And Rick, I apologize to you. No harm was meant. I'm just trying to figure out today or a month from
Or
now.
whenever.
No harm distributed today in any fashion. It's a beautiful day, and I'm here to serve, Judge. Thank you very kindly.
Okay.
Thank you, Judge. I noticed in this documents that it included a $250 document fee. Now, this is different from an automobile that I understand that when you purchase a new vehicle, you're driving it on the road, so there are lots of fees. This is not a roadworthy vehicle. Any idea why there's a $250
Well, and
document
that's
fee on it?
through the company.
So if we finance put on every piece of paper in there, it laid a document fee on there. So I was just trying to make sure.
Yeah, if we finance it through CAECO, there's no document.
That's gonna go away, because I was like, why are we paying a document fee if we are if we're gonna pay out of our pocket and/or if we finance it through another entity. I was like, I don't understand, because it was listed everywhere in there, every quote they gave us.
Good
And
point,
so-
Squire, good
and-
point.
And the 200, thank you, and the, right now, in that line item, we've got 20K budgeted. We haven't used any of it. Do you anticipate, because if you step out the lease payments, that's a little bit over 8,000 for the rest of
This fiscal year.
this fiscal year, correct. So is there an opportunity if the court decides at some point, rather than making like a monthly lease payment, if it says we wind down to May and we're like, okay, we really didn't spend anything else out of this line item, and we're gonna go ahead and like jump up on these lease payments, if we go ahead and allocate, the remaining 12 in there, that lessens that burden, if that's how we choose to do it. I mean, do we have the ability to do that?
Absolutely, and I hope that we can come up with the financing to take that 12
Mhm.
that's left.
Yep.
In this budget,
Mhm.
as well as some additional monies, and just pay it off, just get
Yeah.
rid of it in this budget.
Okay, all right. I foresee that, but I just didn't want to step out in front of anything, and just wanted to ask a question so that we're all prepared to maybe go in that direction.
Sure.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Charlie. Charlie, thanks for redoing this. I know it's been kind of a goofy thing. Yeah, I'm with you all. Let's move forward because, the rumor is January 1, equipment's going back up. So, if we can get the paperwork done by the end of the year, I think that would be a wise decision. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so, Amy, help me here. So do we add to this abstract an addendum to enter into a lease agreement with CAECO,
Yes.
which you would be doing?
But you'll have to sign it before the end of the year, right?
So we need to award the bid
Yeah,
for
then-
a purchase.
And then the next step.
From LADS.
Yep.
And then the financing would, since it's a finance, it's an agreement, does the county attorney need to review that before it's signed off through CAECO?
Yeah, just get it to me in the next 2 weeks and one day, I'll be right on that.
And just get it to me in this next 2 weeks and 2 days.
But I guess the lease agreement doesn't take effect until we receive the mower in theory,
But we're
right?
not leasing, the bid award is not to lease it from LADS.
Right.
The bid award is to purchase it from LADS.
Right.
The,
And then the lease payment.
yeah, the financing
That comes
comes
different.
from
Right.
some,
Okay.
yeah.
Good point, thank you.
Like Rick said, that all fall into place after we
Bingo.
do this.
Yeah, okay.
So I need to get documents from CAECO to Rick.
Yes,
Right.
and I think we have those, it's, I think maybe just the application or something?
Yeah, it's an application.
Okay.
But do I understand,
Vote agenda.
approve it now, correct?
Rick's asking
I
a
think a
question.
motion's two-part.
I'm sorry.
The court is continuing the motion today to lock it in, and then we can proceed from there, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, excellent, y'all, thank you.
Okay, no. All right, Ms. Brittany, authorization to approve a resolution authorizing the filing of a supplemental application for 2022-2023 household hazardous waste management grant funds with the Kentucky Energy Environmental Cabinet. Ms. Brittany, welcome.
Good morning.
Good yes, good morning, just barely.
So this is a supplemental application. Basically, we still have grant funds from the state, and we have to file a supplement in order to utilize the rest of those funds. This is something that I've applied or brought to the court's attention each year that I've been here. So this year, we were awarded $21,700 for 22-23 to hold household hazardous waste collection events. Our fall event, which was on October 22nd, we spent a total of $12,857.63, which left $8,842.37 remaining for a spring event. Typically, our spring events have more residents come in. but that doesn't always mean that it's going to be an astronomically higher bill. It just depends. The thing about these is that we can never anticipate what residents are going to bring in. We just provide this service. So if we do go over that remaining $8,842, which is pretty likely, whatever overage there is, we have an agreement where we will split that 50-50 with the city, and that cash that we give towards that counts for our 25% match. It's how we've done it in the past, and it's, let's see here. Right now, I just spoke with Amy earlier this week. There's currently just over $14,000 left in that line item because it's kind of a catch-all for any other solid waste and landfill disposal. So there's plenty of funds there to cover any overage. So I recommend we go on and do it.
Okay. Any questions? Okay, thank you, Brittany. Well, moving on, thank you. Great job. The next item is authorization to approve a resolution pledging a commitment to the renovation of Kentucky State University Exum Center and entering into a memorandum of understanding between Kentucky State, the City of Frankfort, the YMCA of Kentucky, and Franklin County Fiscal Court at the Exum Center as a local collaborative effort. Last time this was on the agenda, Squire Muller, you asked that it be taken off, that you have an opportunity to work out an issue or two, and I believe you, in part of the meeting that I was in, it sounded like this has been worked out, and you ready to go with it?
Yeah, I'm still questioning. I don't know, I mean, after talking to the mayor, I don't know if it's necessary to do the resolution today, just because I know they're still going to be looking at the facility and things, and I know the position of the court is to really hone in on the pool, the indoor facility there. So I think this is going to be a huge project for the governor and the city and things. So my recommendation, just talking to the mayor, would be to focus on the MOU for today.
That's what it is.
Yeah, but not the resolution. So I don't think it's necessary to pledge the $1 million right now. It's just passing the MOU.
The MOU requires, an interlocal requires a resolution. So we may
So
just have to modify the
you're asking to take the $1
resolution.
million appropriation now?
Yeah, I mean, that's the last, when I talked to the mayor, that's what he said. He said he's not worried about the $1 million now. This is all to kind of just form, the MOU is to form a committee to look at the Exum Center, but it's also for the governor to take it to legislation in the beginning of January to help get funds to work on the building, is basically what, he's wanting to show collaboration between the city, county, the YMCA, and Kentucky State University. So,
Let me see, but your issue is the $1 million that we have appropriated for an indoor pool, you don't want it in there, is that?
I don't think we need to put it in there right now. I think what we had talked about is they're gonna come back and do some budgeting of what it's gonna take to fix the indoor pool for our citizens, and then at that point, we will look at the money. So, that's where I am. I mean, we can talk about it as a group, if you all feel comfortable with it, that's fine, but that's my stand right now, as far as, to focus on the MOU, just for the sole purpose of putting a committee together between the 4 entities, and looking at it, and then when we need to talk about money, we'll talk about money.
The city did approve an MOU, the resolution, with $1 million in there for them, is that correct?
Yeah, but I guess we're redoing it now, and I guess it starts with us, what it sounds like.
Go ahead.
What does the indoor pool have to do with this MOU? I mean, is it the centerpiece? Is it an add-on?
For the county, I think it's the focal point, because that's what our citizens are missing, an indoor pool facility. And since we don't have the means to, build a new one for right now, that's where the conversation started with the county, as far as looking at an indoor, fixing their pool, so our, seniors and kids and swim teams have somewhere to swim until we figure it out on a bigger scale. But then it kind of turned into, the whole Exum Center, which I don't know how much we're gonna get involved in that, just because it's the YMCA and the state, basically, it's a state building. So we were offering to help, kind of figure the pool situation out. So I know when we had that meeting, they'll have people come in from the state to look at the building overall, but they know, and even President Johnson said, we know the pool's the first thing that needs to be addressed to kind of get everybody going. So, but they have to form a committee so they can do that, and that's what the MOU is for.
So you're in favor of that indoor pool as a part of the Exum Center?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Squire Moore?
What guarantees do we have of the public being able to use this pool and not the university saying, oh, we've got to meet that day, or we've got practice?
That came up, and that's a great question, and that's what the committee's gonna be put together for, you know, as far as structuring that and how it's laid out. And who can
Yeah, I
use
don't
it
want to
when.
put any money in it until we know those.
Right, that's why I'm saying, you know, I'm not as pressed to commit the money, but the committee has to be
Right.
formed so we can figure those things
Now,
out.
who's going to have control of it?
Well, I think that's what,
that's a good point.
you're exactly right.
Yeah.
This whole
Yes.
piece is, we're about 6 steps out in front of it.
Yeah.
And, but the premise of this committee is to answer all of those questions, to come up with ways, because of the need of the pool, but not just the pool, the wants of a YMCA and the ability to have a building, a 24,000 square foot building, like the Exum Center, which would be a great way to accomplish the pool, but also another great way to have another YMCA and be on the campus of Kentucky State University, is what this committee's goal will be, is to define all of those pieces that are out there that need to be defined before commitment is made.
Right.
Squire Tracy?
Thanks, Judge. I spoke to the mayor this morning about it, and he, and just to piggyback off what you said, Squire Muller, is he's not concerned about the money. He's not concerned about a commitment from us at all in regards to money. What he told me, what he was looking at was, obviously, they've got to take a plan to the state, to the governor, to allow the governor to go to work for the legislators. And he wants basically a picture of unity. So what started off as a short-term fix for a pool project for our community because of the needs of the school teams and the residents widened it. I'm not sure how it got there, but it went from a short-term fix of a pool to, hey, let's renovate the whole Exum Center and let's let the YMCA operate out of it. Obviously, for the city, there's several reasons that they want to do it. It gets them out of a $2.5 million commitment to the YMCA. Gets them away from the YMCA using their bonding capacity. There's 2 huge reasons to move it to Kentucky State. I'm like Squire Moore. I'm not sure that I want to commit $1 million to a group that has proven over time that they're not having any luck managing their money.
I don't think
What's
that's
the
a fair
age
thing
of the
to say.
Exum Center? Is it 15 to 20 years old? It's not even.
It was built in 2000, I think it opened in
Yes.
2005.
So 15. So again, it just seems like we're getting put on the hook for a lot. But again, to go back to
Such drastic repair.
to go back to what the mayor said, it was more about, hey, we just want to, we just need your all's.
Well, I
with us
think
there.
what, this is the bottom line here, is that there's a lot of issues. And so I think we can enter into a resolution to do an MOU. We'll take the $1 million out, but as it said, as the mayor said, and you have said, and all of us, well, most all of us have said, that this is an opportunity. And let's not forget this is an opportunity to work with Kentucky State. It's an opportunity for the city and the YMCA. There's a lot of needs that are there. We know that there's an indoor pool need. The city knows there's an indoor pool need. The city also knows that there's a YMCA need. And to be honest with you, we should know that too. There's a YMCA need. And so this group, the whole idea of it is to answer those questions and see how this can move forward. This is just the beginning, baby step. Let's take the $1 million out. Let's just agree with doing an MOU to move this process forward. The governor is saying, please get this done. By the way, today, the president of KSU is meeting with his board this morning to do the same thing, to approve this MOU, for them to move together too. So it's a collaborative effort of all of us in this community to try to get something done.
MOU is the same for every submittal?
Yes. We were asked, actually, Laura Hag asked that we put $1 million in, and that's why it's there. Heck, take it out, I don't care, you all decide, but if we move forward, at some point, it's gonna need to come back in, or some money's gonna need to come back in. That's basically what it is.
So what we can do is we can keep the same resolution that we have, and on the third whereas clause, remove that verbiage from there, down to C, and remove all of that, see if that sounds okay for you all.
Okay.
Squire Sebastian?
No, thank you, Judge. So I kind of looked at this, and I just I guess a history for us all. I know the Lexington YMCA took control of the YMCA facilities here in Frankfort, and then they closed both pools. And then KSU, they had to drain their pool for a lot of issues, so that left no indoor pool available for community usage, period, right? That's kind of the crux of this, and it sounds like this court, we've all spoken and we've heard from people about how can we collaborate and how can we have these collaborative discussions regarding an indoor community pool. So when I looked at this memorandum of understanding here, I looked at it and the only mention I saw of a pool was item 5B1, where it says, work with KSU to engage the Division of Engineering and Contract Administration to conduct a full assessment of the Exum Center, including a pool study as set forth. Previous MOA dated July 14th, attached here to is Exhibit A. So my question is does anybody have Exhibit A in their packet? I don't. So I want to see what that part of it says, because when I first started reading the MOU, the first whereas clause says the agencies recognize the critical need for an innovative multi-use facility in the city of Frankfort. So it doesn't say we're focusing on a pool. It changes that and references the pool at the end, but it talks about an Exhibit A that talks about the pool. So does anybody here have that Exhibit A, just so I can see what it says about the pool?
No.
No?
No.
We don't have it?
I don't.
Okay, and that's,
I
mean, because that's the only place to
That's
put
really
it.
not a pertinent issue to the moving forward as a committee to decide what they're gonna do, I think.
Well, I'm gonna be concerned about signing the MOU here, because it requires signatures, and it initially starts out saying that the agencies recognize the critical need for an innovative multi-use facility in the city of Frankfort, and then it goes on to say, well, we're all gonna put in money for this innovative multi-use facility in the city of Frankfort, where when this body started talking about it, it was for a pool. And that shows me it's a little different until I get to this part down here where the pool is mentioned on the next to last page of the agreement, but it just says, here's the information. So I'm just asking a little bit about the pool part, because that's where we seem to come in. But
Actually,
if you all remember it differently, please help me.
Go ahead, Rick.
the county's obligation contained in item 4D, it is unqualified to this extent, and I read it out loud, agrees to provide a delegate who will participate and advocate for the project in full within fiscal court representing the interest of the citizens of Franklin County, and will, quote, help identify potential funding sources through grants and funding.
Yeah.
You're sending, they use the word delegate, it seems more of an ambassador, far as you pointed out, onto all of those things to bring it back to both courts, KSU and the YMCA, prior to the termination in the end of 2023. The court's obligation, if any, was to send an ambassador kind of to figure it out and then bring it back to you all how you're going to wrap it up.
And I appreciate that. I'm just trying to figure out here, so it talks about advocating for the project. Well, the first whereas clause says the project is a multi-use facility and us putting potential money into that, not necessarily the pool. And that was, to me, where this conversation started, but maybe
I see what you're saying now.
I'm just trying to make sure I'm understanding it,
So if we-
what we're getting into conversation at the table about. Is it a multi-use facility, or is it, as the court had indicated, their desire to participate in the pool and get that as an immediate need taken care of, so for the citizens? I'm just trying to make sure I'm getting it, because it talks about different things, that's all.
I took it as broad form for the individuals as part of the MOU to identify what needs to be addressed, including but not just limited to pools, et cetera. And that's how I presented and I understood it.
Okay, I'm just trying, thank you for trying to help me here.
Thank you, Rick, I agree with you 100%. It doesn't, we are not committed to anything other than provide a delegate to meet. That's the only commitment we have. And that's very reasonable, no money, no money. Just sit at a table and talk collaboratively, so.
Okay.
Every one of us, every one of you, I heard every one of you as you ran for office say, we need to work with the city, we need to work with KSU, we need to work with the state. That's all this is saying, let's work together and try to come up with something.
So we can, I'm sorry.
I was just gonna say, can somebody get us a copy of this, Exhibit A? Just at some point, just so we know what it says?
We can try.
I mean, that's
I'm
the.
sure we can.
Yeah,
I'm
okay.
sure there's.
Somebody has to have it somewhere,
All right.
because it
Amber,
calls
will
it,
you check
they
on
have
that?
it.
Yeah, we'll
I don't know if it
see
has
what
it.
we can get.
Do
Thank
we-
you.
All right,
Do we have to pass a resolution now?
yes. Yes, we do.
Well,
Governor needs it.
we want to take some parts out of it according to.
We're just taking $1 million out.
So
Taking the money out of it.
from the third, whereas clause, all the way down through C, is that okay?
Oh, I see, now I see, yeah.
Anything you want to add? Take that out.
Mr. County Attorney, is that okay if we do it that way?
Yes, sir, if I understand the language is how you're gonna insert, well, it's gonna be a modification of item 1, 2, and 3, the one where the county sends a indication they're gonna do a grant of $1 million. The city's already agreed to theirs.
So where this says, whereas the county desires to provide financial support toward a successful renovation of the Exum Center, are we saying that third, the whole clause comes out? I'm just trying to make sure I'm getting it too.
That's,
So that all comes out?
The
The
resolution.
third whereas, right? Or wrong?
We can take it out. That's fine.
That's what I understood Ms. Harris to say, that would be correct, yes, ma'am.
Okay, hang on, let me read the first two now again. So do we want to say anything about, in that top whereas clause about the pool? Or, because it says the critical need is for a multi-use facility to serve the health and was that not in the?
Including the pool.
Okay, I'm just trying to make sure I'm understanding where we're at.
You're thinking
County's gonna
that
do
the
it.
money that we want to put toward the pool will be put toward something else because it says multi-use.
No, I think. we're
Hopefully
just-
our advocate will stress that. So if you want the county's money, you're gonna have to do the pool.
Well, and ultimately,
Okay.
when I called Rick about this, and
Okay.
he said, it's not binding you to anything. It's putting a seat at the table to put a committee together to try to figure it out. So at that point, if we don't wanna play ball, then we back out.
All right.
So it's just gonna have the two
that's why some
clauses,
people
right?
thought you had voted
Okay.
against it.
I'm sorry?
And Squire is correct, it is putting an ambassador at the table to have to bring it back to this body to decide what the ambassador and the group decides to do, and you get to further evaluate it.
Yeah.
Again, but it doesn't obligate anybody to anything other than just, here's our chair, and fill it up with an appropriate person.
Okay.
All right? Okay, we got it? Amber,
Got it.
you okay?
We're taking the third whereas out.
from the third all the way down through C.
Okay.
Okay,
Total.
all right. The next item on the agenda is authorization to approve appointment of Philip Morgan to the Franklin County Extension District Board 4-H position. He's replacing Denise Bovinger, who had to resign. And this is a recommendation from their board to us. The next item on the agenda is authorization to approve cash transfers. Miss Amy. And treasurer's report.
So I
And payment
have,
of claims.
I have done an estimate of what our cost will be through the end of the year, and so that's what the cash transfer, that's what has made that come about. Those are budgeted, but our jail fund, fire fund, and the capital improvement cash needs a transfer from the general fund. Yes.
Thank you. Is this more for like salaries at this point to kind of catch up with that? Or is it more for a piece of equipment that we didn't anticipate, got, you know, something happened to it and it's in the shop for repair, or, and then the capital improvement fund, because that's a big chunk going in there, what's that for?
The capital improvement fund is for our debt payment as well as the purchase of duckers. And the jail and fire, yes, it's salaries and just general expenditures. And we do this once a quarter, so that when we do our report to DLG, that our funds, you know, our funds are all in one bank account.
They're
But
all
we
liquid, kind of like-
need our funds to have a positive balance.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Amy. I don't know if this is an appropriate time, but when I was looking at these transfers, it reminded me about the energy project. Have we received anything on that project as far as savings that we're getting on utilities, buildings, anything like that? That you know of?
I don't. I can check into that. I know we keep track of it. Kim keeps track of that, the utilities.
Just because I know when we went into that, maybe somebody from the Energy Committee can talk about it, we were guaranteed a certain percentage of energy was gonna be saved.
Yeah, or they would make up.
Right, and I'm just curious if there's any reports being turned in, or if we have any
I know
knowledge of it.
that there was a baseline that they were working on. I don't, and I apologize for not following up on that anymore, but there was a baseline that they were trying to get.
Yeah, that's what, I just remember, but if somebody could check on that, I would greatly appreciate it, thank you.
We'll talk to Kim about that, and I'll also talk with
Okay.
Teresa too.
Yep.
Squire Blackburn?
Oh, here we go. I lost you.
We got
You
you.
there?
We
Yeah,
see you.
I hit a button and everything went black. Yeah, I had the same question, the same comments as Squire Muller. You know, I was looking at the utilities for the buildings. I know some of the, the judicial center is over 50%. 321 West Main's over, sheriff's office is over, jail's over 5%. These are all places where we, intensely used our energy savings projects monies and did upgrades. So I'm really interested to see that as well. I think that's a big thing we need to keep our finger on, because if we don't see savings, they pay for it. So it's a guaranteed thing we need to make sure we're on top of. Also, I noticed in the workers' comp, some of the funds, they pay for their workers' comp. Does the general fund pay for workers' comp in other offices? Because some of them are up, some of them are down. We haven't had a safety committee meeting in a while, and I know the experience rating modification is really what affects your workers' comp payments. And if we've had accidents, say on the road department, fire department, wherever, because a lot of these workers' comps are above where we should be right now at this point in the year. So I just request we have another safety committee meeting soon, or I need to talk with Amy more about these.
Well, Betty Jo, Amy, you want to get Betty Jo on to talk about workers' comp claims?
Sure.
I'm on. Good morning. Actually, they each year they do an estimate from the previous year. It's we do all the work. We pay for all the workers' comp claims for all departments, and each year they do look at our claims, our lost claims, but unfortunately with all the prices rising, they send the treasurer of what they're gonna charge us. The only thing we can do is try to keep our claims down, and our claims has been low.
Well, I know at the clerk's office, they're exactly on budget, and then in other offices, we're above. So I just, that's what I was noticing. And it's based directly on our insurance, on our experience rating modification. So I just want to get a safety committee meeting set up sometime in the near future.
Okay. Also, too, with we might need to get someone. I don't think anybody in the safety committee can answer that question, to be honest. I think actually, Amy, you and I need to talk to the person that is the main person that's responsible at CAECO, so we can sit down with them to see exactly what they charge us for, or why they charge us that much too. Okay?
Yes.
We'll get that down, Amy, and we'll talk to somebody so we both will know exactly, why it's down and so forth. Okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, go ahead, Amy.
And so the next agenda item is the treasurer's report, and it's for the 5 months ending November 30th. Receipts are at 9.4, expenditures 15.2, leaving us with a shortage of 5.8. Adding our fund balance as of June 30th, 22, of 22,000, leaving us with a fund balance of 16.5 as compared to 14.8 from last year. And then you also have your revenue and expenses as of December the 12th.
Any questions? Payment of claims, Amy? Any concerns, any questions on payment of claims to Amy or to Tambra? As far as Sebastian?
I just have one question. On page 3, under general fund court bills, under account 015401-566, maintenance at the park. Charlie, you're here, you might know this. Is concrete bleach different than the bleach that we get from
566. Or is it
586?
586.
586,
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I apologize if I misspoke.
That's okay.
Is concrete bleach different than bleach that we can get from the jail? Is that something we use on splash pad? Clean it?
I would have to look into that.
Okay, because it specifies here we're getting concrete bleach, so I just wasn't sure if it was something that we needed particularly for the splash pad, to meet some kind of health department regulation, and then how we recirculate the water and utilize the water. I didn't know if it had some kind of different makeup, because, we gave money to the jail to purchase a bleach maker, and they have it, and they had indicated that they would be providing that for a variety of services in the county, and I just thought, this is a great way to.
How much is that? How much is
this
that bill for?
$35. But I'm just asking about, is it different? Is concrete bleach different than other bleach? I don't know.
That's a good question. I'll have to check and see.
I mean, I don't know, it may have a different alkaline or something, and we absolutely have to get it, but it's a great way to showcase that, again, we're utilizing services of the jail in other parts of Franklin County. That's the only reason I bring that up.
Okay.
I'll check into it, yeah.
Okay, anything else? All right, Amy, thank you. Thank you for your update on everything. If no other questions, we'll move to the next item. The next item is other business, and we've dropped the CASOP from that. Is there any other business?
I had a question for the bills. You didn't see me.
I'm sorry, I did not see you. You're right. I apologize.
And they're just curiosities. I know for on our payment of our bills, we did the fuel surcharge. And I know that's based on the Department of Energy's numbers for the waste collection, and I think it was at $425. And I know the road department's their bill they paid last month it was $525 for our surcharge, and the road department paid $457 last month. And then I see at the fire department they don't have any fuel at all, so I don't know if they've got an account or how that works, but numbers are all over the place, and I just wanted to get my head wrapped around it a little better.
Well, we got Brian Brewer, Chief Brewer here to talk about the fire department. I don't see, John's not back there, is he?
No, he's not.
But we do have fuel in the supplemental.
Okay.
So for the fire department's fuel, we are getting hit really hard with fuel. Our trucks get, as you can imagine, pretty poor fuel mileage for the size trucks that we have. I actually emailed the treasurer this week and made sure she was aware. We're gonna watch that. We're trying to put policies in place to try to limit any trips that we can. But, just the nature of it, we're looking at running around 3,400 calls, plus all the other assignments that we have with hydrant testing and hose testing and pump testing. Fuel is gonna be a major impact for us this year, so.
Did you all buy any this past month?
Yes.
We do the Wex fleet system, so we don't have stored fuel on site. So we would just use the Wex fleet system to buy it at the stations or at the gas pumps, just like you would in your vehicle.
Go ahead, Tamara. You've
yeah.
got supplemental bills.
Squire Blackburn, there is, the fuel invoices in the actual supplemental bill reports.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, and so for the fire department for, the month of November, it was $7,658.25.
And that's been a consistent number pretty much the whole year. We actually increased that line with the fuel the way that it increased. I don't think anybody really foresaw it staying this high this long with diesel, over $5 a gallon, but it doesn't look like it's going anywhere, unfortunately, anytime soon, so.
Squire Moore, you called for about the price of diesel?
You might
I know
have to
you
check
are.
Robinson Oil, they were for 40-something last week.
And that's selling it directly out?
That's highway fuel, they were 303 for off-road fuel.
Okay, we might have to check into that.
He
check into
changes
that option.
daily, so.
Yeah.
Right.
They're calling. I think it was 403 on the highway fuel, that's what it was.
Wow.
I know with the,
That was the day before the spill.
surcharge,
Then went
yeah,
up
the surcharge we get with the hazardous, or not the hazardous waste, but with just trash collection, it was like 22 days and the rate was set, I think, November 22nd. And, I looked at the DOE report and I looked at the regional report. It's different all over the country. But, they set a number on a date and they stay with that number for a month or 22 days. It fluctuates a lot. So it's tricky, and I feel like we're not getting the best end of the deal, but I understand it.
So I can have, our accounts payable administrator, Kim, send you a copy of the bill so that you can see how the discounts are applied, because this is, the WEX agreement is off the state price, master agreement. So you can see, not necessarily what's at the pump is the price that they're paying when they purchase it. It's calculated at a later date, and it's set on, they have a formula that they set and then a discount on that as well. But, I can have her send that out to you all so that you all can see how it works behind the scenes.
Thanks, Tamara.
You're welcome.
All right, anything else on that? Okay, let's go to the constitutional offices. Mr. Sparks?
Well, thank you, Judge. I just wanted to throw this out here amongst my favorite court in the world and just tell you all as I wrap up this particular day, this particular court, this particular session, that although sometimes people may criticize the efforts that go into making your decisions, I am so proud to represent this court in all of your decisions, however nauseous and long it sometimes gets to you, but you all attempt to always get to the bottom and resolve the matters that you've got going. And it's just been a pleasure, and I wish you all the very best of luck next year. And thank you for allowing me to represent the people of Franklin County these many, many years. Keep it up and good luck, and tone it down sometimes, but get to the bottom of it no matter what it takes. That's what the whole game is about. That's what I do every day. And it's always a pleasure to see you all engaged and engaging. And thanks for everything. Thanks for Lambert, Ms. Booth, and everybody, and Judge, and Hammer, and everybody who's going to be heading on around. It's just been fun. And those of you who have to suffer unto truth further, good luck. And I just wanted to thank you all.
All right.
That is, thank you.
Thank you, Rick. And we've had several opportunities and we'll continue during the day thanking you. But Rick, thank you very, very much for your great service and your diligence in keeping us straight. We may not always agree with it, but we know that you're doing what you think is the very best for our safety and welfare. So that's
I see you all twice, and I had it shut down, or you would have heard me laugh as you said that. But thank you very much for everything you all do. The employees and members of the court. I know at the end of the day, y'all are doing what you got to do, and sometimes when you're in battle, people forget. You just got to keep on going, and that's the aim of it, to get to the end result at the end of the day. So keep battling, folks.
I believe they are, and they will.
Battling.
Okay. Is there, any other reports? At this time, I'd like to recognize the outgoing members of the court and just like Mr. Sparks, to say a few words. Marty, I'm going to start with you as 5th District Magistrate, and you've served the last 8 years, and I'll just give the floor to you.
Oh, my gosh. Well, I have learned a lot about how this county works and how complicated it is to have health and safety for our citizens. I mean, they say that, I have heard it said, I made a pledge not to say they said anymore. I've heard it said that Frankfort is slowing down, not growing like it should. I think that is a bunch of crock. I'm sorry to say that, but we are so busy with elements of how people live. It is staggering. And the planning and zoning that is required, we have so much growth that it's a problem. We have so much growth. So, and to be in a position where ordinances are made and carried out is, well, it's hard on one to try to understand everything that needs to be understood. And people sometimes call you and tell you that you don't understand what needs to be understood. So that is also, takes a lot of energy. But altogether, I think I have grown from this experience. I have become a lot more concerned and mindful of how our society works. And I think I've benefited from that. So I thank you for the opportunity, all the citizens that voted for me, to become a better person. So thank you.
Thank you, Marty. Thank you for those words. Squire Moore?
Well, it's been a real honor for 20 years. I've enjoyed it and really have a deep concern for this county and a love for this county and all the workings within it. It's just been a great honor to serve as Sixth District and all of Fiscal Court and work with all the different members that have been through here. And the ones here now and the ones coming in. We leave this county in a pretty good shape, I think, and we've got countywide policing. We didn't have that when I came on. We've got free trash pickup. Don't have the dumpsters out in the county anymore with the rats running around. That's so much good. Got the last 2 gravel roads paved in this county. Lots of bridges replaced and still several coming. I'll just take control of this ship and keep her going on the right path, and I think it'd be fine. That's about all I got.
Thank you, Lambert, and it's been such an honor to serve with you over your tenure of 20 years and Marty over your tenure of 8 years. You've been my magistrate, and I'm proud that you were my magistrate as well. Tamara, I'm going to give you an opportunity. I didn't say this to you, but I wanted this, if you want to say anything, because you're part of this fiscal court and you've meant so much to all of us. So if you would like to say something.
Goodness, I don't know what to say. I feel like I've grown up here. It's only been 13 years.
Yep.
But yeah, just I really appreciate the work that you all do. It's not as easy as it seems to be.
Yes.
Just you have to answer for the way you vote. So appreciate you all, appreciate your support of me, and look forward to seeing you all continue to do really good things for our community and for our employees. Just trust in our employees, and they all know how to do their job, and they're going to teach you a lot too as we go forward. And I've been working with Jack, trying to get him off on a good foot, and I know that the employees are in really good hands with him coming in. So excellent choice. And Judge, we appreciate you. Your door's always been open. And that's all I'm gonna say.
We're going to have a reception in a bit. And
We'll get another chance.
Yeah, to say some
Okay.
things.
Because I
So-
was reminded of things I should have said about you too.
Tamara, thank you. Thank you.
It's hard.
This is actually 34 years of serving both the city and the county, 24 years in the county, and I'm
24.
24 in the county, and it's been such an honor. I want to say thank you to the people of this community for allowing me to serve you. It truly is. All of us that are sitting at this table that have run for office, you know that when you sign those papers, you're making a commitment to do it, to go out there and to sell yourself, and then, if you're lucky enough, you get elected, and then you have to sell yourself again, and you know who your boss is. Our boss is you, the people of this community. And I've done everything I can to serve you to the best of my ability, and I'm proud to have served with such good people, people that are sitting at this table, other people through all those years. Lambert, we can go back to all those great people, and I'm not going to mention names because I know I'll leave some out, but there have been so many good people on the Franklin County Fiscal Court that have represented you as the people so well. And I want to say that I have never, ever served with anyone that hasn't come on here with frugality, with fiscal conservativeness, that has always thought about county government doing what it can in the best means that it can for the least cost that we can afford to have. And with that being said, the men and the women that work for county government and all the aspects of county government are fantastic. They commit themselves to not only doing that one job that their job description says, but to many other jobs. Our men and women serve us in this community, not just in their job, but so many other ways. And it makes me proud as being the top elected official, and it will you too, Michael, that these people, our employees, are outstanding. Wonderful people. Wonderful people. And to Richard Tanner, and to Kelly Dykes, and Eric Wisman, the new members of the court, this court functions best when we all work together, when we're not working against each other, but we're all on the same page. And so I wish you that hope and that prayer that you all work together, because the issues that are out there, and Lambert Moore said we're leaving you in good shape, but we're leaving you with issues. And the biggest issue that I see that is among us in this community is we are divided, and we are divided in several different ways, but it all comes back down to growth, not growth, industry, not industry, and unfortunately still city and county. So my hope, my wish, and through my experience, my advice is build bridges, not walls. And that's the main point that I need to say to you is build those bridges, pull our community together, work together as a court, work together as government agencies, and we can accomplish anything. With that being said, thank you. Thank you, Franklin County. Thank you, City of Frankfort. Thank you for voters and all for allowing me to serve you. God bless. Okay. All right, we are going to take a 5-minute recess and...
That's not over. Closed session.
Huh?
Go to closed session.
We're going to go a 5-minute recess and come back to voting. Am I missing something? What am I missing?
Closed session?
We're gonna, you want to just keep going?
Yeah, let's.
Have y'all been to the bathroom? Am I right? Okay, if you're ready.
No,
I'm ready.
I'm ready to go to the bathroom.
All right. So all I was supposed to say, we're going to take a 5-minute recess and come back to the voting session. Okay? All right?
Yep.
What was I missing, Sherry?
Nothing.
Okay.
No problem.
I did the same thing. I was like, I just
This is the Franklin County Fiscal Court video teleconference regular meeting for December the 16th, 2022. Clerk, call the roll.
Squire Sebastian.
Here.
Squire Blackburn.
Squire Blackburn.
Present.
Squire Muller.
Present.
Squire Tracy.
Here.
Squire Booth.
Present.
Squire Moore.
For the last regular meeting, I am accounted for.
Judge Wells.
I'm gonna be different and say here.
There you go.
When I grew up in school, we had to say here, not present.
Yeah, I sit here too.
All right, authorization for approval of minutes from our regular meeting of November the 22nd, 2022.
So moved.
Second.
So moved. Not sure what happened there.
English, please.
I'm not sure what was going on there.
Alright, Squire Sebastian.
Yes.
Squire Blackburn.
Yes.
Squire Muller.
Yes.
Squire Tracy.
Yes.
Squire Booth.
Yes.
Squire Moore.
Yes.
Judge Wells.
Yes. Next item, authorization for approval of minutes from our special meeting of November 28th, 2022.
So moved.
Second.
Call the roll.
Squire Sebastian.
Yes.
Squire Blackburn.
Yes.
Squire Muller.
Yes.
Squire Tracy.
Yes.
Squire Booth.
Yes.
Squire Moore.
Yes.
Judge Wells.
Yes. Next item is authorization to approve sheriff's participation in state advancement program for the calendar year 2023.
So moved.
Second.
Call the roll.
Squire Sebastian.
Yes.
Squire Blackburn.
Yes.
Squire Muller.
Yes.
Squire Tracy.
Yes.
Squire Booth.
Yes.
Squire Moore.
Yes.
Judge Wells.
Yes. Next item is authorization to approve the sheriff's lump sum fee officials budget for calendar year 2023.
So moved.
Second.
Call the roll.
Squire Sebastian.
Yes.
Squire Blackburn.
Yes.
Squire Muller.
Yes.
Squire Tracy.
Yes.
Squire Booth.
Yes.
Squire Moore.
Yes.
Judge Wells.
Yes. Next item is authorization to approve the sheriff's annual order setting maximum amount for deputies and assistants for the calendar year 2023.
So moved.
Second.
Call the roll.
Squire Sebastian.
Yes.
Squire Blackburn.
Yes.
Squire Muller.
Yes.
Squire Tracy.
Yes.
Squire Booth.
Yes.
Squire Moore.
Yes.
Judge Wells.
Yes. Next item is authorization to declare a duty weapon as surplus for the purpose of purchasing for a retiring deputy sheriff.
So moved.
Second.
Call the roll.
Squire Sebastian.
Yes.
Squire Blackburn.
Yes.
Squire Muller.
Yes.
Squire Tracy.
Yes.
Squire Booth.
Yes.
Squire Moore.
Yes.
Judge Wells.
Yes. Next item is authorization to amend the jail's policy and procedure manual for medical services and training, Chapter 7, Page 1 and 2.
So moved.
Second.
Call the roll.
Squire Sebastian.
Yes.
Squire Blackburn.
Yes.
Squire Muller.
Yes.
Squire Tracy.
Yes.
Squire Booth.
Yes.
Squire Moore.
Yes.
Judge Wells.
Yes. Next item is authorization to approve Constable Richard Sandifer's use of emergency equipment for calendar year 2023.
So
So
moved.
moved.
Hey, my constable, I'll make this motion.
Okay. Well, who would like to?
Squire Blackburn.
Okay.
There's the boot down on the
There was the
ground.
big stick.
Squire Sebastian.
Yes.
Squire Blackburn.
Get your own constable.
Yes.
Squire Muller.
Yes.
Yes.
Squire Tracy.
Yes.
Squire Booth.
Yes.
Squire Moore.
Yes.
Judge Wells.
Yes. Next item is authorization to approve a resolution in support of entering into an agreement with the Farmdale Sanitation District and the Bluegrass Area Development District for the administration of grants for the Farmdale Sanitation District as sub-recipient.
So moved.
Second.
Call the roll.
Squire Sebastian.
Yes.
Squire Blackburn.
Yes.
Squire Muller.
Yes.
Squire Tracy.
Yes.
Squire Booth.
Yes.
Squire Moore.
Yes.
Judge Wells.
Yes. The next item is authorization to approve a resolution relating to the sale of a portion of land identified as lot number 9 in the Franklin County Office Park to the Emergency Community Food Pantry of Franklin County in the amount of $1,055.
So moved.
Second.
Call the roll.
Squire Sebastian.
Yes.
Squire Blackburn.
Yes.
Squire Muller.
Yes.
Squire Tracy.
Yes.
Squire Booth.
Yes.
Squire Moore.
Yes.
Judge Wells.
Yes. The next item is second reading and approval of an ordinance amending the table of ordinances, section 1, zoning map changes of the Franklin County Code of Ordinances for a 4.57 acre portion of property identified as parcel 1 of Exhibit A, located in deed book 612, page 217 of record in the office of the Franklin County Clerk. The parcel is further identified as PVA map number 094 00-00-007.00, located on North Scruggs Lane from Rural Residential C, District RC, to Agricultural District AG.
So moved.
Is there a motion?
Yeah.
Okay. Is there a second? Okay, and seconded. Call the roll.
Squire Sebastian.
Yes.
Squire Blackburn.
I've been working for a couple of years to extend sewer service to that entire area, which probably should have been done much sooner because of its direct impact on the Elkhorn Creek. I'm hopeful that with the addition of another private developer of economic and recreational intentions that we can get public sewer service to that area much sooner. I vote yes.
Squire Muller.
I look forward to seeing their overall plan for the whole area. Yes.
Squire Tracy.
Yes.
Squire Booth.
Yes.
Squire Moore.
Yes.
Judge Wells.
Yes. Next item is authorization to approve a resolution accepting Oak Ridge Drive, Maple Ridge Drive, Persimmon Ridge Drive, Stone Ridge Drive, Cornerstone Drive, Judges Avenue, and Sheriff's Way into the county road system.
So moved.
Second.
Call the roll.
Squire Sebastian.
Yes.
Squire Blackburn.
Yes.
Squire Muller.
Yes.
Squire Tracy.
Yes.
Squire Booth.
Yes.
Squire Moore.
Yes.
Judge Wells.
Yes. The next item is authorization to approve amendment number 1 to the professional services agreement with the Stantec for engineering services relating to Phase 2 MS4 stormwater permit implementation for Franklin County.
So moved.
Second. Sorry.
Call the roll.
Who do I have as the second? Is it?
Michael's.
Okay. Squire Sebastian.
Yes.
Squire Blackburn.
Yes.
Squire Muller.
Yes.
Squire Tracy.
Yes.
Squire Booth.
Yes.
Squire Moore.
Yes.
Judge Wells.
Yes. The next item is authorization to award a bid for the purchase of a wide area mower to the sole bidder, Ladd's Turf Golf Utility Company for Lakeview Park.
I think it's lease, isn't it?
We're gonna award the bid to purchase it from Ladd's.
Okay.
The financing will
I
come.
thought he said we had to lease it to get,
The Ladd's did offer us the option to lease from them, but we're going
Okay.
to purchase from
So
them.
moved.
Who was the second? Okay, Squire Tracy. Okay. Squire Sebastian.
Yes.
Squire Blackburn.
Yes.
Squire Muller.
Yes.
Squire Tracy.
Yes.
Squire Booth.
Yes.
Squire Moore.
Yes.
Judge Wells.
Yes. The next item is authorization to approve a resolution authorizing the filing of a supplemental application for 2022-2023 household hazardous waste management grant funds with the Kentucky Energy and Environment Cabinet Division of Waste Management.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Squire Sebastian.
Yes.
Squire Blackburn.
Yes.
Squire Muller.
Yes.
Squire Tracy.
Yes.
Squire Booth.
Yes.
Squire Moore.
Yes.
Judge Wells.
Yes. The next item is authorization to approve a resolution pledging a commitment to the renovation of the Kentucky State University Exum Center and entering into a memorandum of understanding between Kentucky State University, the City of Frankfort, YMCA of Kentucky, and the Franklin County Fiscal Court, establishing the Exum Center Local Collaborative Committee.
So moved.
Second.
Call the roll.
Squire Sebastian.
As I vote yes for this, it's my understanding that it is a commitment of the court to send a member to participate in this collaborative committee. So with that, I vote yes.
Squire Blackburn.
Yes.
Squire Muller.
Yes.
Squire Tracy.
Yes.
Squire Booth.
I agree with Squire Sebastian on the representation that we will have in the use of Exum Center. And I vote yes.
Squire Moore.
Yes.
Judge Wells.
This is a fantastic opportunity to work collaboratively with Kentucky State University, as well as the YMCA and the city, for all of us to be on the same page in providing the needs and wants that our community has. One of them being an indoor swimming facility, but there are other needs and wants, and so this is a fantastic means as I said earlier, building bridges for us all to work together and unite us in the community. With that, I vote yes. And the next item is authorization to approve appointment of Philip Morgan to the Franklin County Extension District Board 4H position for a term ending December 31st, 2023, and he will be replacing Denise Bobinger who has had to resign?
So moved.
Second.
Squire Sebastian?
Yes.
Squire Blackburn?
Yes.
Squire Muller?
Yes.
Squire Tracy?
Yes.
Squire Booth?
Yes.
Squire Moore?
Yes.
Judge Wells?
I want to thank Ms. Bobinger for serving, and she has been a really good member. And Mr. Morgan will be too, and welcome him aboard. And that's a great board, and does so much for the community with that. The next item on the agenda is authorization to approve the cash transfer for fiscal year 2022-2023.
So moved.
Second.
Call the roll.
Squire Sebastian?
Yes.
Squire Blackburn?
Yes.
Squire Muller?
Yes.
Squire Tracy?
Yes.
Squire Booth?
Yes.
Squire Moore?
Yes.
Judge Wells?
Yes. Next item is authorization to receive the treasurer's report.
So moved.
Second.
Call the roll.
Squire Sebastian?
Yes.
Squire Blackburn?
Yes.
Squire Muller?
Yes.
Squire Tracy?
Yes.
Squire Booth?
Yes.
Squire Moore?
Yes.
Judge Wells?
Yes. Next item is claims. Is there a motion to deny any payment of any claims? Seeing none, let the record reflect claims are ordered to be paid. Next item is authorization to go into closed session per KRS 61.810, Section 1, Section F, discussions or hearings which might lead to the appointment, discipline, or dismissal of any individual employee. Action will be taken after returning to open session.
So moved.
Second.
Call the roll.
Squire Sebastian?
Yes.
Squire Blackburn?
Yes.
Squire Muller?
Yes.
Squire Tracy?
Yes.
Squire Booth?
Yes.
Squire Moore?
Yes.
Judge Wells?
Yes. Andrew, I don't believe there's anybody that needs to be on Zoom. Betty Jo. Sorry, Betty Jo. Yes, you do.
I was gonna say, I thought Betty Jo probably wouldn't be here.
Betty Jo and
Squire Blackburn.
Squire Blackburn, sorry.
Andrew, please make sure your door's shut.
to captain.
So moved.
Second.
Call the roll.
Squire Sebastian?
Yes.
Squire Blackburn?
Yes.
Squire Muller?
Yes.
Squire Tracy?
Yes.
Squire Booth?
Yes.
Squire Moore?
Yes.
Judge Wells?
Yes. Next item is authorization to hire Brandon Jennings as a firefighter.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Squire Sebastian?
Yes.
Squire Blackburn?
Yes.
Squire Muller?
Yes.
Squire Tracy?
Yes.
Squire Booth?
Yes.
Squire Moore?
Yes.
Judge Wells?
Yes. Next item is authorization to hire Brandon Yaller as a firefighter.
So moved.
Second.
Squire Sebastian?
Yes.
Squire Blackburn?
Yes.
Squire Muller?
Yes.
Squire Tracy?
Yes.
Squire Booth?
Yes.
Squire Moore?
Yes.
Judge Wells?
Yes. The last item, authorization to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Are you sure you two want to do
I
that?
was getting ready to say, they better do it.
All right, so Squire Moore made the motion?
Yes.
Okay, then
Very
Squire
The two leading members, yes.
right.
Yes, all right, Squire Sebastian.
I really want to vote no to this. Because I've enjoyed sitting with you and learning from you, so. Yes.
Squire Blackburn.
I just want to thank everybody that's going out. I've grown a lot. I've learned a lot. I've made some mistakes. But I appreciate all the effort you've had and work you've done for our community. And I know you're still going to continue to do that, just in a different way. I vote yes.
Squire Muller.
It's been a pleasure serving with, I think, Ann Northcutt, Rick Sparks, Lambert, Marty, Tambra, and the judge, so I'm a yes.
Squire Tracy.
Yes.
Squire Booth.
Oh, we're adjourning. Oh, gosh. Well, I have to say yes, of course, but thank you for your kind comments.
Squire Moore.
It's been a pleasure teaching y'all how to
Grow a beard?
grow a beard.
Glad I don't know about
it. When this court started, it was hard to get anybody to make a motion or a second, and y'all are jumping right in there. And now this last year, y'all really stepped up. It's been a pleasure working with all of you, and probably haven't seen the last of me. I'll be bugging you, but I vote yes to adjourn this meeting.
Judge Wells.
Judge, I also wanted to say you've been a better judge than I expected you to be. So. And that was the same way with Robert Roach. I had low expectations of him, and he stepped up because I didn't know him. All I heard is what.
He's comparing you to.
But you've been a good judge.
Thank you.
Really enjoyed working.
That's nice of you to say. And thank you, guys, all the members of the court. I'm honored to have been here to serve, and I mean this sincerely. Everything that we did, whether we agreed or not, was there for the community. It was all about the community, and so I am honored to have had this opportunity to serve with you, and I'm very honored that you, Squire Muller, who now I'm going to change to Judge Muller, are moving forward. I really think that you have a golden opportunity here, and I know that you'll do the best to take advantage of that and to serve the community well, and I wish you the very best.
Thank you very much.
With that being said, I'm going to officially adjourn.
Yeah.
We are adjourned.
I was worried they were gonna forget it.
You're right, I was. I had to call